Hello, friends, amigos, Commodore amigos, and assorted other interested stakeholders. Good morning to you. Good morning to all of you. And may you all have a very good morning. I'm Eric. I'm the host of Talking with Famous People. And one of history's greatest people. Good morning therapy sounds fun. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I just got up a little while ago. I learned that Cameron is going to come up here tomorrow, not today. So that was fine to learn that. It doesn't really matter either way to me. I got a good night's sleep last night. I really slept well. Makes a big difference. I'm not caught up on sleep. You can tell by these things. Like, when I have this, it means I'm lacking sleep. But despite lacking sleep, I'm better off than I was yesterday in terms of sleep, for sure. Like, I feel fairly caught up. Good morning, Sean L. I hope your morning is going well. I was pleased with our typing session yesterday. I felt like I did a good job. Sometimes I'm not sure, I always try to do a good job. Sometimes I'm not entirely sure. I was pleased with the typing session yesterday because I felt very confident that I'd done due diligence and determined your type. Sometimes I think typing people, it's kind of harder than it should be given how many people I've typed and how kind of clear cut some things are. They can see the light being sucked out of me by your unipolar. Not true. I did not find that typing session yesterday. I didn't find it dragged, and sometimes I do find that with any polar, but I did not find that yesterday. I was on enough amphetamine, so it was fine. Gobtree, good morning. No, actually, I felt quite good about the typing session yesterday because lately, for some reason, when I get to the end of the typing session, I say, okay, I'm pretty sure you're this. And then they go, well, could I be this? And like for a few of them recently, I've been like, recheck, test. And then they are what they say they are instead of what I said they were, which is always like, oh God, Eric. But yesterday it happened the other way, which is much better. Where I say you're a type and you're like, are you sure I'm not this type? And I check, and in fact, you're not that type. I like that much better. I couldn't have clicked on the notification faster when I saw the title. Well, because today is a day without anime. I went to Crunchyroll this morning. I was sadly reminded of the fact that nothing worth watching comes out on Thursday. It's like anime graveyard day. Friday and Saturday and Sunday, they all have multiple good anime come out. But Thursday is dead as dead can be. There's absolutely nothing worth watching come out on Thursday. So, because the first thing I did was, did I ever watch the original Inuyasha series? No, I don't like Inuyasha. I mean, it was probably good when it first came out. It plays pretty dated now, and I'm really into new anime. So I never did watch Inuyasha. I think I watched part of it, but I didn't get into it. It was one of those that was originally played on like Adult Swim, and it was translated. It was dubbed, so that kind of spoils things for me. If I try to watch any of them dubbed, then I go like, "Oh, this is terrible." But I have tried watching it subbed, I think too, and I don't know. I just didn't like it that much. Like I said, Inuyasha is hard to watch. Maybe I didn't get through it, but and another popular old anime that I never got into was Bleach. I just never got into it. I tried watching it a couple times and it didn't do anything for me. I don't know. Hi Chodu Mola, how's it going? Although I will say, like, the anime that really got me sucked into anime hard was Naruto, but mostly Naruto Shippuden. And I still think that that's an excellent anime. Although, obviously, as it got deep into the series, they started getting really bogged down with like flashbacks and a bunch of other shit like that. Your Lukut. That's a lot of O's. You got five O's in three words. Congratulations. Five O's in just 12 letters. Almost half of your letters are O's. Hey, since this is about talking, can I open up? Everybody can say whatever they're going to say. And then I will deal with it as I deal with it. Nobody needs to ask me, um, Pokemon's anime. Yes, it is. Yeah, it had so much filler. That's the biggest problem with Naruto and Naruto Shippuden is that it had so much filler and so many flashbacks. Just like get through a fucking episode. I don't need to see previous episodes the whole time. I didn't get into Naruto. I've watched some episodes of it, but it just didn't do that much for me. But there are great cartoons coming out right now that are just stunningly good. Like Solo Leveling is fantastic. Unwanted Undead Adventure is fantastic. Free Journey's End is fantastic. You know, I'm very pleased with the development of anime as a medium. It's getting better and better, and I just love it so much. I could just watch it all day, but I've scraped the bottom of the barrel of anime. Well, Hulk Hogan tights. The answer is if you can get it in my coffee from where you are, you stand where you are right now, Pete, then go ahead. It's such a wonderful question to be asked, you know. Well, Chanel, my daughter is 25. When she was growing up, those shows were on, and she and I watched the shit out of them. We watched Ed, Ed, and Eddie. We watched Johnny Bravo, Dexter's Laboratory. We watched Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends and uh, Kids Next Door and all those cartoons. We watched them all when Delilah was growing up. I watched them with her. I don't think they're gonna ever finish Hunter x Hunter. I binge watched it when it originally came out too. I mean, not when it originally came out, when I first found it. But then I'm pretty sure they're not going to complete it. Home movies on Adult Swim? No, they didn't have home movies, I don't think. I don't know what that is, but uh Anohana, I've never watched it. Togashi doesn't know how to finish a series. Sag. What does Sag mean? Thea Christianiok. Oh, I see the DK is country. Thea, Christine, hello. Gamer, what is up? Everything above me. So I could, in theory, upload our performance last night. I did record it, but um, I haven't listened to it yet. I haven't watched it yet. Watch a best of Coach McGuirk sometimes, and it would give you a good example of the show Home Movies. I've never even heard of it before. I'm interested. Sad? What's sad? Hmm. Right, sad, just sad. Okay, now I remember. It's a callback to some conversation we had previously. Home Movies is this adult cartoon where the dialogue is ad-libbed. So another one where the dialogue is ad-libbed is Space Ghost, Coast to Coast. I don't generally like that. I think it's a cheap and easy way of making content. Like, as I was saying the other day, I guess. I'm not sure I really ever completely voiced this thought. I think I was thinking it in the car. I never said it to Rachel, actually. But, talk about three things that have no purpose whatsoever and are almost always terrible, if not always terrible. Have I been to the Hood? Yeah, sure, I've been to the Hood plenty of times. I used to have to go drive down there to buy weed. Well, like teenager and stuff, you know. I mean, back in the day, you drive down to the Hood, and if you were like a white person in a car, all these brown people would run out to your car in certain streets and be like, "What do you need? What do you need?" That's how it used to be in the old days. So anyway, three things that I think are completely worthless things. Number one, jam bands. Nobody gives a fuck about your wanking. Number two, improv comedy. Oh dear Lord, shoot me in the head. Number three, freestyle rapping. There's no point to doing any of those things because they're trying to avoid the construction process, It's John H. Benjamin, the voice of Archer, if you find him funny. I haven't watched much Archer. I've watched a teeny bit of it. I think I enjoyed it, but never got into it, really. It's going to rain today, later on, supposedly. And tomorrow and Saturday. There it is. I knew I had a lighter. So yeah, those are three devils of awfulness. Jam bands, improv comedy, and freestyle rapping. They're not all awful all the time. It's just, they're all pointless because they're trying to sidestep the hard part of creation and just NE. All those things are very third slot NE. Jam bands, improv comedy. Well, freestyle rapping is more first slot, but I mean, I guess it's a way to generate content. It's kind of like freestyling songs and then selecting out the best chunks. But the point about that is, like, it's a fine way to start writing shit, right? Like, I'll start freestyling around on the guitar, singing stuff over it or whatever. And then sometimes some idea out of that thing will pop. And then I'll try to build a song around that idea, getting rid of the rest of it or whatever. But that's not trying to sidestep the creative process. No, no. I'm trying to make my cat more reasonable. Bebop High School. I've heard of Cowboy Bebop. I've never heard of Bebop High School. Nevadan Driver. What is an anime? An anime is a Japanese cartoon. It's not really fully animated. That's why it's called anime instead of animation. It takes still images mostly, has a little bit of motion like in characters' mouths moving and stuff, but isn't really truly animated. Well, gamer, I agree with you that it's becoming masterful in the creative process in the moment. But for me, that's super cheap and easy. I can make up a whole song with chords, melodies, and words on the fly, no problem. I'm probably among the best in the world at doing that. But what I've learned by doing that is that no matter how good you are at improvisation, whatever you create could always be better by being refined. So, uh, occasionally I'll freestyle a song that will end up being a good song that I'll play more or less as I freestyled it. But I still need to, if that happens, have it recorded and then and then learn it and etc. Right? So sometimes good ideas do emerge and kind of cut from whole cloth from an improvisational event, but for it to be a useful object, like you know, a song that one writes is like an entity. Once you've written it, it's out there. It has its own identity, etc. Garrett, I just can't watch One Piece. I've watched a lot of episodes of it actually, but Delilah, my daughter, she says it gets really good, like after episode 100 or whatever. But you're out of it for obvious reasons. What are the obvious reasons? Happy Leap Day, everybody! If you were born today, it's your birthday, and you can divide your total age by 4. I've been in many jazz shows, and some improvisation I've seen are better than a lot of written works. Well, it's true that just because you write something doesn't mean it comes out better than somebody else's improvisation. My point is, if you're really that good at improvisation, then either you executed something with a clear identity in full and whole cloth on the fly. And if in fact it's worth it, like what you executed on the fly, what you improvised on the fly is worth it, then you definitely should take that idea, learn how to play it, remember it, etc., turn it into a real song. But the thing is, you got to compare the that's not rude to say. He's talking about his life. He's been talking about it, so I'm familiar with what's going on too. Um, well, Isaiah Rude, I would point out that when they broke up, you tried to get them to stay together. So now she's on board with your previous plan. Do you find any value in the spontaneity of jazz shows? Well, sure. Obviously, excellent jazz musicians with discretion can put on a great show playing, say, jazz standards that include, say, improvisational It's a set of 4 bars for improvisation for each instrument or something, or 8 bars or whatever. And if they execute that really well, great. But the point is, they're still doing their improvisation around a good song, around a specific chord progression and um, with a specific melody, and then they're kind of riffing off that. I don't have any problem with that. I think they're better off to riff less and play the song more. We saw an amazing jazz pianist yesterday at the open mic, and he played a jazz song called, I think, "Falling Leaves." He was amazing. He was such an impressive musician, and the music was wonderful. It sounded like you know uh, a piano bar jazz piano. So, hi, Brayan Norman. Good to see you. Hello, Lightstopper. Maybe it's called Autumn Leaves. Yeah, Falling Leaves, Autumn Leaves. I'm not sure. Some jazz song that I never heard before. I think he's from the '70s. Anyway, this jazz pianist. He only played one song, but before that song, he gave a little like lecture about the real book. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. Fallen Leaves is a Billy Talent song. Oh, okay. Anyway, I'm not trying to say that improvisation has no place in art. I think the place where it's probably best realized is in jazz. If you've got jazz musicians who are playing jazz standards with some discretion and are not just playing, listen to me wank fancily forever, right? That's the medium that best supports improvisation as part of its total package. So I'm not gonna disagree that you get some good improvisational sections in a good jazz performance, and that's fine. I'm very sure wanking fancifully is my first erotic film. I'm very sure that that won't push. Okay, I'm sorry to tell you. Yeah, it doesn't push. I know you want it to push, but it doesn't. So whatever you have to say, Light Stopper, nobody's gonna hear it by pushing that little arrow. But like let's say you go to see a rock concert. If you go to see a rock concert and there's very much improvisation in it, it's terrible because rock songs need to be executed as rock songs, right? So good rock songs are 2 to 4 minutes long, sometimes even under 2 minutes. Over four, you really start losing the conceptual heart of what you're doing. You're writing a compact, snappy little song, not wanking fancifully. If you go to see improv comedy, I do not know what's wrong with you. I have no idea what's wrong with you. If you enjoy listening to freestyle rap, I don't know what's wrong with you. Because no matter how good a freestyle rapper is, they'd be better off writing the rap. Because when you're writing a rap, you don't have the time pressure of coming up with something right this second that rhymes or whatever. You can take your time and craft it. Obviously, somebody who's a super good freestyle rapper is going to also be very good at writing raps. And if they have more time, they're going to do a better job of constructing a rap than if they have less time. It's just like speaking and writing. My language will be more perfect if I'm writing than if I'm speaking. I mean, mine will be more or less the same in terms of, say, grammar, sentence construction, whatever. Yes, Isaiah Reed, exactly. I think it says freestyle rap is always worse, but you can find bits and pieces that are really good when you freestyle. Then you write around the good stuff. Exactly. Then you write around the good stuff. Well, that's how it should be done, Isaiah Reed. So you're doing it right. The time pressure is the part that is great. Well, the time pressure is what makes it impressive. So, like, if you want to be impressed by something, watch a freestyle rapper and have somebody throwing out words to him periodically, and then he'll incorporate all those things. Um, I could do that not as well as some other people, but I could do it too. And that's impressive if you're impressed by extroverted intuition. I'm not impressed by it because I can do it too. So, so my point is that uh, I guess if you're looking to go see music as an event or something, and Sean L, I don't disagree with you entirely when you say if you go to see anything, I don't know what's wrong with you. But there are some exceptions. Recently, I went to see Johnny concert in San Luis Obispo, and we've got tickets to the LCD Sound System concert in May. I think you see the creation of a song as the endpoint, but the pressure and time pressure of a good freestyle is the endpoint for a lot. Someone really dedicated to the craft. Yeah, sure, I get it. It is a craft, but the thing is, it's only worth listening to live. It's only worth experiencing live, even conceptually. I mean, even conceivably. You're not going to put on your playlist of great songs you want to listen to over and over again someone's freestyle rap. From the artist's perspective, they're doing this music and comparing it against a standard that incorporates their on the flyiness, right? So the reason this is so great is because I freestyled it. It's pretty amazing how that I just made all that shit up on the fly. But that's not how we listen to music. We don't listen to music and go, "Oh my god, this is so good! I can't believe the guy who made it has no hands." We don't say, given the fact that this person has no hands, this guitar song is amazing. We evaluate this song or the piece of music, the piece of media, whatever it is, independent of how it was made. So if I felt like, say, one day checking out a bunch of people freestyle rapping, some of them would be better than others. Maybe one of them would be like, check this guy out. He's amazing. But what I wouldn't do is put any of those tracks on my playlist. How do you pronounce ssuartscire? I pronounce it ssuartscire. It's just my name backwards. Ssuartscire. Backwards is Eric Strauss. Yeah, ssuartscire. But if you prefer, you can call me Rice Astrust. Matarazi Sound, hello from America to Serbia. And Malayali Vlog, hello to you, Kerala, India, from California, America. I am an American who lives in California, ergo, I am a Californian. California. Okay. You can also call me Huesto Enrico, which is Mexican for host Eric. Uh, OMG, how did Picasso paint the weeping woman without an ear? I'm guessing with a brush. maybe a sponge. Let me look at it. I mean, to me, that seems easy to make, right? Because I can make weird shit anytime. It's so easy to make weird shit, right? Like, doesn't K.E.'s Soulmate kind of look like a Picasso painting? It kind of does, doesn't it? See what I'm saying? Anybody can make just weird, dumbass shit because it's like, I know how you make that painting. You start by trying to, like, make it regular. You put eyes, but then you're like, oh, I messed up here, so I'll make a random line here. Oh, okay, I just put a line here. Now I just make it, this could be her nose. It's kind of like her forehead, but I'm not good at drawing things, so it looks like that. That's what I think when I look at that picture. Like, oh, that looks like a picture I would make after messing up trying to paint a woman. Insert sarcasm. Yes, actually. I mean, so I don't know. I mean, obviously people respect Picasso a lot, and I've seen stuff of his that I respect, but I just think, I guess he doesn't know how to paint a woman that looks right, is what I think. Not that everybody should paint things that look exactly like what they're trying to paint. I'm just saying, oh, I know that thing he did. It's called I Messed Up. Let me try to make it weird now instead of good. It doesn't work in music, and it also doesn't work in painting, I don't think. But I don't have very good instincts regarding visual art. I'm not going to claim that my understanding of what paintings are good is better than anybody else's, because I don't feel like I have very good grasp on visual stuff. Like, there's paintings or art or whatever that I think is cool, that I like. But it's different than music. You know, in music, I genuinely believe that I have the best taste in music, that I know what's good, and when other people disagree with me, they're wrong. That if something makes my playlist and stays on it, it's because it's a timeless, epic construction of art, you know? I don't feel that way about visual stuff at all. I'm not good at drawing, I'm not good at painting, and while I do believe that I can clearly go through like a art gallery and say which paintings I think are cool and which ones are not, I do not claim that I am necessarily right about that. I could be wrong. I understand that I don't have enough natural inclination towards the visual world, nor enough experience with visual art making it, nor enough experience with visual art consuming it as like going to museums or whatever, to have a fully informed understanding of what's going on and what's relevant in the visual art world. So my intuition regarding those media, I can't trust it as much as I can in other areas. So I don't make my ridiculous claim that I make with music. The claim I make with music is that I have the best taste in music. What I like is objectively good, and people who disagree are wrong. People don't like it when I say that. I also acknowledge I can't establish the truth of the foregoing. So, you know, I'm just, in that regard, just making unsubstantiated claims. But I nevertheless believe it to be the case. And I hope, if I have one request for heaven, it's that when everybody gets there, all the people who were wrong in their art tastes, be it music or anything else, they are given by God the gift of intuitive clarity such that everyone goes, oh, wow, Eric really did have the best taste in music. This guy's like, so here's great music. Now that you're in heaven with the power of the Lord, you shall have intuitive vision enough to see how great this is. And then God just puts on chappy tracks. It's crazy. That's what I hope for heaven. And I might have been wrong about a couple of songs here or there too, and I'll learn in that moment. Oh, Phil Collins' I Can See You Coming in the Air Tonight really is a good song. That's what I'll say in heaven when God shows me the light and I realize, I guess I was just hating on Phil Collins. Studio. And then when I go to heaven, God will be like, and this is genius visual art. And then they'll show me a picture of that Picasso painting and I'll be like, wow, it is so great. I didn't realize it before, but now I understand. And most importantly, there's a big sign as you enter into heaven that says, beauty is not, in all caps and bold, in the eye of the beholder. And then in parentheses underneath this, please don't shit on all of creation by thinking that, you know? Please refrain from shitting on all of creation with your aesthetic relativism. So yeah, that'll be fun when that happens. Hopefully a long time from now. It'll be gratifying. It'll be like vindicating. That's the word I'm looking for. See everybody, I was right about meow, and God agrees with me, and Jesus too. And if you still don't see the light, the Holy Ghost is gonna scare you in the middle of the night by rattling chains and saying, "Boo." So I want everybody to pray for that, okay? I want everybody to pray that heaven allows each person to see what's actually good, escape their particularism and wrongness, and only consume excellent music, and only look at excellent art, and only watch excellent anime. In heaven, there's like 30 good new shows come out on Thursday. It's crazy. But we don't get to see those down here. That's heaven's anime. And only heaven and select Japanese people are allowed to see it. It used to be called Nippon. Now it's called Japan. I wonder why they changed the name. What was wrong with Nippon? It's like Taiwan used to be, what do they call it? Ceylon? Now it's Taiwan. Why did they change the name? Inquiring Eric's want to know. It's really the classic Istanbul, Constantinople question. I guess it's nobody's business but the Turks, you know. It's nobody's business but the Turks. Istanbul was Constantinople. Now it's Istanbul, not Constantinople. A long time gone, Constantinople. Why did Constantinople get the works? That's nobody's business but the Turks. So, keep that in mind. Good morning, Acacia. They call it Nepal, I think. Well, the Japanese people, I heard them refer to their country or themselves and their nationality in a few different ways in anime. But maybe they still call it Nepal. I don't know. But like on their exports, it says made in Japan, right? It doesn't say made in Nepal. I'm still pissed about how World War II ended. We should never let them keep their emperor. That's bullshit. We should have nuked Tokyo instead of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We should have just nuked the emperor's palace in Tokyo and said, fuck you. They're the ones responsible for the war. Why don't they get killed? Instead of all these random people, That's what everybody should do at the beginning of war. First thing, attack the leader of the country. Make them fight it out one-on-one instead of having a war. Like, okay, Ukraine, you don't want to be invaded by Russia. Russia, you shouldn't be invading Ukraine. Putin, you have to get in a knife fight with the president of Ukraine. To the death. And if you win, all that means is the next person on the other team, next leader, has to fight you. And that continues until all the leaders who want to have war have all fought to the death. Foughten. Foughten is not a word. Foughten is not the past participle of fight. So, don't imitate that, okay? That's not a word. Foughten. Those people have fought many times. No, they have fought. Okay? No foughten. Now, I'm going to get some real cream to put on top of my non-dairy cream. Let's peek in this magic box and see what we see. Oh, emerging from the light. This heavy whipping cream is emerging from the light like a gift from heaven. Return you to the light. Refrigerator, it's kind of is lying to you at all times, right? It's saying, oh, don't worry, you're putting this cream in a nice, well-lit box. But actually, the sneaky part is when you close the door, the light turns off. And all of your items are thrust into darkness. You got to watch out for tricks like that. Things in life where, while you have it open, it looks well lit. But as soon as you close it, it's actually dark. There's a lot of things in life like that. Sean L says, I like that. Stop being a bitch and sending others to fight your battles for you. Exactly. Like, I have never heard anybody adequately explain why, if we're nuking Japan, we don't nuke the leadership. I've never considered ENFP before. I relate some descriptions of any, though I feel more subdued. I can't necessarily teach you a language, but I can teach you how to acquire one. Give us a couple of quick tips, Isaiah Rude, if you have a couple, or a short. I know it was for Goptree, but I'm curious too. So, can you give us a short, like, some tips of how to approach acquiring a language if one wanted to? I don't, but I'm curious about how you do it. These speaks like 4 languages or 5 or something like that. Hablo poquito español, pero verdad hablo solamente inglés. I don't speak English because I try to be a good American and operate as though America were the center of the universe. Of course, everybody else needs to learn English. I don't need to learn other languages. I did have to learn a teeny bit of Chinese while I was in China. I had to learn how to direct the taxi driver back to my house, including your native tongue. I hope your native tongue is American, because that's the best tongue of all. When are we going to change the name of English to American? We should have done that a long time ago. Firstly, it depends on your type. Everyone needs input. That's to say, listening and reading, lots of it too. I needed to speak a lot, but immersion was seminal. The more words you encounter, the more you'll recall. You have to encounter them naturally, though. Yeah, you only know American. Thank you, Acacia. Because one thing that I hope Ruben and Acacia and I and Rachel too all agree about is that what we are is American. We're not like German or Irish or Mexican or whatever. We're American. English is my 3rd language. Well, you prioritized 2 worse languages before American. You should have made American your 1st language. You should have told your parents when you popped out the womb, hey, what you talking that foreign talk for? Talk American. I learned all my languages in my info gathering phase. I don't plan on learning it anymore. It takes too much isolation. Well, yeah, I mean, be glad you did that stuff while you were still young, because it gets harder to learn brand new things. Although I will say, I didn't pick up the guitar. I didn't start playing the guitar until I was 21. So, before that, I sang and I played the harmonica, but I didn't play any other instruments. And so, in your 20s, it's not too late to start playing guitar. I mean, it never is. But I've now had 31 years of playing the guitar. That's a lot of playing the guitar, right? And I've played the guitar a lot in those 31 years. I'm a pretty good harmonica player, actually. But I'm not sure where my harmonicas are. I have a few harmonicas. Michael Burrows says, hiya, how are you? I am well. Thank you for asking, Michael Burrows. How are you? In fact, I used to have, and played around with quite a bit, a chromatic harmonica, so that you can play like all the notes. You start your new job tomorrow. You're nervous? Well, just go in there and say, "Hey, self, it's okay to be a little nervous because this is a new job, and I know that as I proceed in my work, I will get better and better at it, and men will say your fashion sense is unbeatable. I want to consult you about all of my clothes." I don't really make an effort in terms of clothes very much, just like this. Thank you, 39 this is a super cool t-shirt. And if I'm wearing this t-shirt, I don't want anything else about me to stand out, because this t-shirt doesn't especially stand out. But this is how you know you got a cool t-shirt. Only people in the know what this t-shirt's about. Because this t-shirt, okay, Messi, fine. Lionel Messi is a soccer player. Good for you. For fuck's sake, how much can you love a soccer player? By the way, in case anyone's skeptical of my claims about languages, look at my channel. I have several videos on French. I'm not skeptical about it. What function do you think is best for having to learn language in as little time as possible? Well, I mean, SI is really the learning function. If you want to, get stuff comfortable, you've got to use SI. So that's true if you're playing the guitar, if you're learning a language, whatever you're doing. The more you SE it, the more you're SIing it too. However, there's a. I'll tell you the story behind the t-shirt in a second. There's a. I don't know. I got distracted. I'll tell you the story of the t-shirt right now. What kind of socks are you wearing? Gold toe. My toes are gold, but my feet are silver. And I'm wearing what kind of shoes? My tatami slippers. Now, I will tell everybody and warn them that if you try to walk around on any kind of incline with tatami slippers and socks, your feet will slip off the tatami slippers. So this is just for easy land to walk. You haven't seen the Johnny shirt in a while. Yeah, I haven't worn it. I'm not sure where it is. It must be hanging up. That's probably why I didn't wear it, because I don't wear things that are hanging up very much unless it's a jacket. So anyway, this shirt though is the shirt worn by the main character in the first season of Blue Exorcist. And no, Michael Burrows. And the reason it says thank you 39 is these things in Japanese, these characters mean I think it's pronounced like thank you, but I'm not exactly sure the Japanese part. But the point is, this was worn by the main character in Blue Exorcist. Anybody who's watched Blue Exorcist, the first season of it, will know this shirt and be like, "Oh my god, that is such a rad shirt." But nobody else will know what the shirt means. And you might get somebody who speaks Japanese who gets it, but beyond that, it's just only the first season's really good. No, Michael Burrows, for fuck's sake, enough with your stupid foot fetish stuff. Be it just being provocative, which I suspect, or actual, I don't want it. The first season's not boring. Did I go to school with Jesus? No, I lived in a very white neighborhood. I didn't grow up with Jesus. Eventually became Asian. I still didn't have any Jesus. Johnny is not Asian. Johnny's I'm guessing Johnny's fluidly transracial like me. I know, I'm watching it right now, Gobtree. It hasn't all come out, but I'm watching it. Lil Sanrio. That's funny. Hey, asking for a friend. But can you take your sock off? You get so many trolls here. I recognize the messages, but you're so used to them. Used to them, you get to them before I can. If I'm sitting here, I can use the mouse. I mean, I suspect everybody who's live streaming in the vertical feed is gets a fair amount of this stuff. No, Midnight Dog. Did you get played again, Caroline? Try to just stay around here when you're on YouTube, where it's nice and safe. Fluidly transracial, what does that mean? Well, it means that I change race just kind of a lot, and not really, I can't really direct which race to change to. Like yesterday I was Polynesian. Today I guess I'm Mexican. What is that on the plate behind me? This is health tube fuel. Okay. I use something called health tube. Health tube. Oh, you were invested in Michael's new stock group. Health tube 2.0. What it's called. You're transspecial. Today you're a caribou. Cool. I thought for a second you meant you were trans-special, which means you change how you're special throughout the day in different ways. Like, I'm special because I love my flowers. Oh, now I'm special because I drive so well. Like that. Mexican food. Trans special. I'm also trans-ageal. So today, right now, I guess I'm, let's see, 38 maybe? I think I'm about 38. Today, I'm a competent member of society. Can you eat some to prove that it's not dog crap? Is that, do you operate like with a paradigm that says, first, I assume everything might be dog shit. And second, to prove that it's not, I eat it. That's a great approach to life, and I commend you, sir. You love the sarcasm today? Am I being sarcastic? I don't think so. Sean Alley, you sound like an excellent husband and father. If that's not a competent member of society, I don't know what is. Am I a furry? No, I'm not a furry. I don't have any negative thing to say to people who are. I think it's a little strange. I don't get it, but I'm not one. KE has finally got home. She lied to us the other day and said she was going to be gone for a few days. She was going to be so busy with work. And I told her then, KE cannot help it. She'll be back here. She's addicted. That's how you learn alchemy. Just find some ingredients and sample them. I do as well. It's very dumb. I did say no to a bar outing, though, which is sad. Well, you don't drink, Katie, and good for you for not drinking. But most importantly, KE, you're taking care of yourself. You're making sure to do what's really important for your well-being. Namely, watching this. What chick has some issues? And why are we talking shit? Seriously, drinking is not a trap you want to fall into. I agree with you. Big Win says smoking weed. I'm using Health Tube 2.0 with Health Tube Fuel. It's designed to improve my cognition, my cardiovascular, and my sense of self-worth. What's the upside to drinking? Well, I mean, if you don't have a problem with it, like have a late dinner with a glass of wine, watch a little thing, go to bed, it sounds incredibly pleasant and appealing. It's just not something that I can do at all without running amok on the alcohol. Do I go to church? No. I am a church, Brian Norman. I'm archpastor of God's Big Heaven Church. And here we promise the biggest heaven of all after you die. It's fully wired, brand new. We just built it. It's at least 10 times as big as Catholic heaven and much less populated. So, imbibing in a responsible manner is fine. A lot of people do, and they enjoy alcohol to their benefit. Do I play any games? I did play Minecraft not that long ago. Started playing it. Played a couple times. What country do I live in? I live in the United States of America. And which state do I live in? California. Well, good for you, Midnight Dog. A lot of people know where I live. Not hard to figure out where I live. Probably all you got to do is Google my last name and my county. After all, property records are um, public records. So it's not difficult to find out my address. I don't worry about that, Midnight Dog, because I live in a very isolated place and I'm armed. So, don't fuck with me. Yeah, it isn't something I can indulge in either, are they, Rude? I agree with it too. Here, Lem says, as soon as I take a few sips, I feel less energetic. The thing about alcohol is, from what I've heard, I never played Fortnite. From what I've heard is that whether or not you have a problem with alcohol depends on how you initially react to it. If your initial reaction to it is to be energized by it, then those people have a problem with alcohol. And if your initial reaction is to it is that it's a depressant, like it makes you less energetic, then you probably won't have a problem with it. Showering is wasteful when done too much. That makes total sense. Dang, I didn't really, but you just told me how to. Well, yeah, because like I said, I'm isolated, armed, and I believe in the castle doctrine. So, hey, fuck with me at your own risk. I mean, the thing is, Midnight Dog, like I said, anybody can easily find out where I live. I'm not worried about that. I'm just a guy, just a regular guy. That too is super easy to find out, Midnight Dog. So do the little bit of legwork that you need to do to find that out if you want to. Am I awake? Do I have dreams? I am awake. I didn't have any dreams last night that I remember. Talking about actual dreams. You mean like dreams for the future? Well, I have a dream that I'll reach 10,000 subs. So if you haven't subbed yet, please do. What's in my cup? What's in the cup? My question mark? Question mark? This cup? Coffee. I actually only do it once a week, depending on how much I sweat. You only do what once a week? You shower, right? Yeah. There's no reason to shower more. I shower every time I want to have sex. That's when I shower. And occasionally, if I need occasionally I need an SI reset, as I call it, and I'll take a shower because it makes me feel fresh or whatever. There's no need to look out your window. I just wanted to know who I was near. I wasn't looking out my window. How do you feel about aphantasia? I have it and I envy others who don't. I don't know what aphantasia is. I have to Google it. Let's see. Oh, I have that too. I think I have very close to that. It's known as mind blindness is a condition that makes it difficult to visualize mental images. I think I have that. I have a really difficult time visualizing images. And even if I try to visualize an image, I can't. Why are you telling me to look out my window? I don't see anything out my window. Squirrels to nut as squirrel to nut is person to food. I disagree with money. But I didn't say squirrel to nut is person to blank. Oh, yeah, I did. I said, okay, well, food is fine. No, I agree. Food is an acceptable answer. I talked with Rachel about this as well. She also said food is her answer. But what was interesting is if I'm your bitch, Midnight Dog, then why are you the one who's on timeout? Uh, why are my ears so big? Because I'm extremely audio. Like I in in my attention, I'm paying a great deal of attention to words and sounds. And what I sacrifice in order to prioritize those things sensorily is good visualization of mental images. So I don't know if I technically have aphantasia, but I definitely am terrible at visualizing things. I cannot hold an image in my mind at all. Arrow is to spear, as dagger is to uh, well, that's sword, I guess. An arrow is kind of a smaller version of a spear, something that travels through the air, stabs into something. Dagger is to sword. Um, Anime is lame, says Gabriel Pollard. All of it? I can't believe you watched so much anime that you know how terrible it is. When am I going back to Africa? I'm never going back to Africa. I've never been to Africa, so I can't possibly go back to it. I could only go there for the first time, and I have no inclination to do so. My mother used to tell me to visualize things. I've never been able to do it. Someone's basic shape outlines, nothing past that. Yeah, I'm bad at I'm bad at visualization. Not all of it. Gundam is cool. That's it. Well, I can tell you what's not cool is the fact that Thursday has no good cartoons coming out. Eric, you are a rather bright fellow. Are you afraid of academia? No. I mean, what would I be afraid of from academia? What's up, Ari Shafir? Says Ontario, Canada. Who's Ari Shafir? Is that you? You're saying, what's up? I'm Ari Shafir? I don't understand. You're Ontario, Canada. It's great that a whole province came to talking with Spanish people. A whole province of Ontario, Canada. I mean, I already competed in the maximally competitive form of academia, which is competition flow debate, which is literally zero sum competition between academic concepts and stuff. So that's as competitive as you can get in academia. Granted, like college academia never engages that robustly with any ideas, but that doesn't mean that competition debate doesn't successfully engage robustly with those ideas. It does. Is your name Eric? Yes, my name is Eric. Sanan Kokayev says, hi, greetings from Azerbaijan, Baku. Greetings, Azerbaijan, Baku. Rider behind you. No, I don't. Why does today's live feel different, says Gobtree? I don't know. Today's live is the one where I'll possibly break 10,000 subscribers because Caroline says I'm currently at 9.99 subs. How great is that? What's a good anime to watch? Well, my current favorite, well, I can share with everybody my top 20 list, okay? I made a top 20 list. I didn't ever actually end up making the video, which I was planning to make, of top 20 anime of the 2020s. To make this list, it has to be released 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, or 2024. So, and obviously 2024 is not very old yet. So this is a list entirely of new anime. And I think you will enjoy it so much because all of the shows on this list, there are 20 of them, are fantastic. Yeah, with the clappies. Last time I read it out loud and I did number 20. This one, yay! Because I really love those anime. Everything on the list, I love it. My clappies are authentic. I feel that positively about them. Hello, chaps. Today I'll be passively listening to your shenanigans. Essentially, you'll all be my white noise. Well, cool. Except I should warn you that today I'm Mexican as part of my ever-changing race. I visually sort data in my sleep. Most of my dreams are kind of like words and images floating around me, and I move them like a touchscreen to where they need to go and scrap useless shit. Wow, that sounds efficient, effective. Okay, today I will check. Okay, cool. I'll check them out. I never really watched anime before. Well, you gotta like to read TV. So my daughter told me that's what her and her boyfriend would say if they were gonna watch anime. You want to read some TV. If you don't like reading TV, then yeah. Krista Miller says, "Well, I'll be damned. I forgot to subscribe last time. I watched your live stream here and I couldn't find you." Well, I'm glad you made it back, Crystal Miller, and I'm glad you apparently have subscribed because we are this close to 10,000 subs. What a successful morning that will prove to be. Should it occur today? I suspect it might. Indigenous says, "Hola. Hola to you. Bienvenidos a mi chanelo de YouTube." Dr. Strauss was my father. What is my favorite fiction book? My favorite fiction book. Boy, that's a tough question, man. My favorite fiction book. That is an impossible question. I have no possible way of answering it. I've read so many books. Eric, thoughts on Jordan Peterson's re-education of gender studies? I don't know what he's saying. I mean, there's nothing to discuss about it. The way gender works is this. Gender, the social construct, is arbitrary, so people can assign whatever gender they want to themselves. However, that's just from their own perceptions. It's not necessarily mean other people are going to perceive them like that. Sex, there are two sexes, male and female. If you have a Y chromosome, you're a male. Sometimes there are various chromosomal problems that associated with being male, like double Y chromosomes with an X, and that fucks you up badly. But regardless, it's a simple yes or no question. Is there a Y chromosome? If so, male. If not, female. It's just that simple. There's nothing else to say about it. Making a big deal about something that's so clearly resolved is silly. And turning it into a normative issue is also silly because obviously the normative issue is resolved on the individual level. Is it the individual's body? Yes. Can they do with it as they please? Yes. Because why? It's their property. Do we need to interfere with somebody else's elective surgery stuff? Absolutely not. Not anybody's business but the person who's doing it. Am I interested in politics? Well, sure. I mean, I consider myself an absolute elite level expert on the subject. I'm correct about all political issues. And I do plan to run for president, hopefully next election. Probably won't get elected, but I'll at least feel like there. I did my due diligence duty as a citizen to give the American people an opportunity to save the country via me. If they don't elect me, that's fine. I can go back to my life, But I do feel like I have an obligation to at least run. So I'm not old enough to be president, right? Yeah, I don't have dementia yet. How can I possibly be president? So, you know what I'm going to do in a little while, everybody? I'm going to check my email. I don't know how quickly YouTube sends out the congratulatory email, but purportedly, once I hit 10,000 subs, I'm going to get a congratulatory email from YouTube. And I would like to read that congratulatory email to everybody so we can all share in the wonderful, very long time coming event of the but I'm nothing like Berman Supreme, and I absolutely hate that comparison because I'm an actual expert on politics. My position on every political matter is correct and extremely well researched and reasoned. I'm a former professional policy debate coach. I debated public policy in high school. I'm serious about it. He's trying to make a joke of everything. Everybody gets a free pony. That's not fucking being a serious political person at all, right? I'm absolutely dead serious. I know exactly what we should do in terms of domestic policy. I know exactly what we should do in terms of foreign policy. I know, most importantly, exactly what we should do in terms of discourse. I understand how to use the office of the presidency and the Department of Justice, in particular, to do things like impact case law, which is a legitimate use of presidential power, because the Justice Department is part of the executive branch. I just hate the comparison between me and that fucking joke, you know? I'm not making some sort of meta point about me with my because I'm a fucktard. I'm a serious thinker. You know, I don't fuck around to just sort of undermine the political process by mocking it as a pseudo candidate. It's ridiculous. People say that, but they're comparing against an ideal, not the alternative, right? LL says Trump 2024. Okay. You'll notice you'll never really hear anybody go Biden 2024. They just go not Trump 2024, or they go Trump 2024. They say nothing, which means they're probably going to reluctantly vote for Biden, or they say something, which means they're going to enthusiastically vote for Trump. What a great horrible choice we have, right? One candidate will only represent the portion of the population that likes him, Trump. So as far as Trump's concerned, any American who doesn't support Trump is not worth shit. In Biden's case, you got somebody with dementia. I mean, I'll take Trump over Biden, but I mean, that's like taking shit over puke. Yeah, I'll take shit over puke, please. Well, I'm taking Trump over Biden too, but I may want to consider Biden if you want to see the hairs on his legs stand up. Cheers, name brand check. I don't consider myself a conservative, although depending on who you are, you may consider me conservative or not. All right, I'll do a poll for Trump or Biden. That's a good idea. Thank you for suggesting it. Trump or Biden? Trump. Biden. I must say, one thing that I think we should all agree on, no matter what side of the issue you are on, or which candidate you like, is that no state should take Trump off the ballot. Let voters express their enthusiasm for the man, for fuck's sake. You may not like it, but a lot of Americans think he's great, you know? So deal with it as it actually is, rather than trying to remove him from ballots and shit. Thankfully, the government took your right to vote. So are you a felon? Did they take away your right to vote if you're a felon? Well, voting is a civil right, not a natural right, so it can be taken away. What's much worse is the preclusion of felons from having guns. That's a much worse violation of their rights than voting, because voting is not a natural right. It's just a civil right. No, I would not vote for Obama. I voted for Obama the first time and did not vote for him again because I did not find it was a terrible, he did so much damage with the Affordable Care Act. I mean, just for fuck's sake. Massive pieces of federal legislation mandating a bunch of shit, defining an entire industry is always going to be a horrible idea. If they wanted to pass something like the Affordable Care Act, they should have simply passed an individual mandate and a requirement to have um, a minimal level of health insurance, which would be low cost, high deductible, catastrophic healthcare insurance. So basically, you pay for all your own healthcare unless you get cancer or something, in which case your health insurance pays for it. I prefer swords and bows to guns, even for hunting. Guns are too impersonal. Well, guns are what you want for home protection. I actually have a need for home protection, as you could see in today's live stream, as somebody started intimating that they were going to come to my house or whatever. So I have an actual need for self defense. And I think Clinton was our last great president. I think Clinton was an amazing president. Now Clinton killed it. Clinton absolutely killed it. Let's not lie to ourselves. Whatever side of the thing you are on, nobody should lie to themselves. Clinton killed it. Sure, maybe he's getting credit for being president during a very prosperous and a prosperous time in America, a time that it was easy to be president. But that's how it always is with presidents, right? So we ran a surplus in the Clinton presidency. Everybody should agree. Clinton was responsible for NAFTA, which was great. Everybody should agree that Clinton did a great job. I don't know why people hate on him so much. Like certain elements of the right hate on him. He was a good president. The government does not have a right to take our guns, and in my opinion, it's because it's a constitutionally protected right. It should not be the case that felons are not allowed to have guns. Once you've paid your price to society, your debt to society, once you've served your time and you get out, well, you've paid your debt to society. There shouldn't be additional punishments, certainly not preclusion of a protected Second Amendment right. It's insane. I live in a very conservative county in California. Uh, a little circle of red surrounded by a bunch of blue. But that's my county. It's my wonderful county. And I'm not saying the fact that it's such a wonderful county has something to do with its political leanings. I'm not saying that. But it probably does, but I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is I love this place so much. It makes me emotional. That open mic last night was so wonderful. Everything about it was so wonderful. Like, it was full of people there. Everybody was listening to everybody who played. They had little kids going up, making up little shit. Um, it was absolutely wonderful. The the range of quality was from little kids making up random shit to like there was two little girls. One of them had a little teeny drum kit. Like it couldn't have been more than 5 years old. I mean, they're little kids, okay? And it's all ages there. It is a bar, but they also serve food in a food truck outside. There's like a dog walking around the whole place. It's this warm, like wood, well lit, just dinner place and stuff. The food was delicious. It's expensive. We spent $80 there last night for dinner and two mocktails. But well, XXY is male, XXX is female, XO doesn't mean anything. I made 10,000 subs. Well, Alpha, that's a terrible reason to support anybody because he hates the right group of people or doesn't approve of them. It's ridiculous. Just moved to Northern California from Florida, and the radical liberals have been thinking since the 60s they wanted this utopia world that will never exist. Yeah, well, one thing I'll say about the Bay Area, Jacksonville kid, is that it's a fucking post-apocalyptic hellscape. I will again. Okay, well then, singular X is female. Again, it's determined by this simple question: is there a Y chromosome? If yes, male. If no, female. So I go to Oakland to get mushrooms because there's a mushroom store there, and you know, as soon as I get off the freeway, I start driving to the mushroom store. It's just homeless encampments all along both sides of the road, all the way down. When I go to Oakland, on two different occasions now, as I've walked into the mushroom store, they're either reporting a crime to the cops or talking about a crime that just happened. It's like there's so much crime, right? And like, oh, somebody came and broke the windows of this car that was parked here for time. It's horrible. I'm sorry, my ideas are too radical if I'm afraid to express them. So the point is, to what extent is San Francisco, Oakland's horribleness linked to their politics? Somewhat. And certainly, there's this movement to preserve the rights of homeless people at the expense of the public having any space, right? The public space should be treated as the public space. If, in fact, homeless people have the right to camp on it, then there is no public space. It's just there's homeless space and private property. So the weird thing is you get a lot of people who are communitarian in their outlook who are saying, we want to make sure that, the public space belongs to everybody, including these people. But what they don't seem to get is they're destroying the public space by in any instance where they're preserving the power of individuals to take possession of it for their own purposes, then they're saying we don't want to have public space. We want to give it to each of these individuals to take possession of it or afford them usage rights on it indefinitely. So, we even have a very small homelessness problem here in Mariposa County, as there are several homeless people who, I don't know how many, who've begun camping in a specific area that the county has been compelled to sort of section off for them because of the Supreme Court ruling. Well, Frogger, unfortunately, your notion of God's government, the problem with using any kind of faith-based frame is faith, definitionally, is belief in the absence of evidence or in the face of contrary evidence. So that's not going to work as a way to publicly validate something. To publicly validate something, we need to. So not yet. I've not yet received my congratulatory email. But you know what? I bet they're working on it right now. I'm sure they've got somebody at YouTube who's writing it by hand just to me. Vote for Hillary. Boy, there's a candidate nobody likes. For good reason. I don't like her. How would anyone vote for Biden at this point? They just dislike Trump that much. That's why. And that's something I don't think that the Trump people got last presidential election. The reason Biden won the last presidential election, and it wasn't fixed or anything, is not because people liked Biden. I've heard this argument a lot of times, like, but how could Biden have won? You never hear anybody really supporting him and stuff like that. Well, people don't vocally support Biden because he's a terrible candidate. What people do instead is dislike Trump so much. Trump is ultra divisive. He's sort of explicitly excluding from his concern any Americans who don't wholeheartedly support him. And that's not what we want. That's not the job of the president. The job of the president is to represent all Americans, not just some of them. So given how divisive he is, it's totally understandable that Biden won last time. Not because anybody liked Biden, but because so many people hated Trump, right? It's not surprising that Biden won accordingly. Trump had spent his whole first term shitting on half the population of America, refusing to engage anybody discursively, simply sending out tweets and sort of crafting his own reality with little regard for the truth. He's a populist president like Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson was a terrible president and in some ways an effective president, right? He was at his absolute worst when he ignored the Supreme Court and he told them, if you want to enforce your ruling, you enforce your ruling. The Supreme Court ruled in favor of the Indians. Andrew Jackson ignored them and sent the military to force all these Indians to move. Hence the Trail of Tears, right? Andrew Jackson did shit like, for his inauguration party, just it was a huge like drunken, like free for all of a bunch of yahoos, you know. He was kind of actively rejecting the notion of the dignity of the presidency or the office or any kind of responsibility accordingly, you know. Trump's very much Andrew Jackson. But, you know, if you look at total net outcomes, I'm sure Andrew Jackson wasn't overall bad. I can't remember really what went down during his presidency. Probably it was on balance, impact-wise, not a terrible presidency. But regardless, that's ESFP president, right? Those are a couple of ESFP presidents. They don't care if anything is consistent, logical, makes sense, but validates externally. In fact, they countervalue that shit in terms of other people's perceptions. They're kind of like, I'm just going to tell you how to perceive me. I'm a very stable genius, and you should just believe me. Because I said it, that's why. I'm an INFJ's very stable genius. That's ESFPs for you, right? And then polar TI. Extremely childish. They'll come out occasionally when it's convenient to sort of support what they're saying, but they avoid any discourse back and forth. They avoid actually engaging about topics because they think that the ideational part of things, the, you know, parsing of shit is something that's adequately done by their fourth slot NI and second slot FI. So do I want an ESFP president? No offense, ESFPs, but no, I don't want an ESFP president. I also don't want a whatever Joe Biden is with dementia president. And none of the existing candidates are adequate. So it's about time for a regular guy like me to step up and put a handle on this shit and say, no, you fucktards. The country's too important for you fucktards to be in charge of it. I mean, oh my God. There must be millions of people, literally millions of people, who would be better candidates than those two fucktards. Maybe tens of millions of people. Maybe even 100 million people who would be better candidates than those two fucktards. I bet you I could find 100 million better candidates in America right now. It would take a while. I have to sort of sift through a lot of profiles, but I can pretty much guarantee you I can find 100 million better candidates than those two already existing in America. How sad is that? How horrible and sad is that? Get away, bee fly. Fly that looks like a bee. We get these little bee flies up here. They're flies, but they're striped like a bee. Get away. He listened to me, thankfully. I appreciate his cooperation in that regard. Oh, God. I have to call Delilah again. She is dragging her fucking feet. This house we bought is just sitting there because I need capital to do the work that needs to be done so we can get that thing rented. And Delilah is just, I'm having to prompt her and prompt her. Call Ron, liquidate, yeah, whatever. She's like, yeah. Well, I get it. You know, she dragged her feet when anything big like that happens, and that's good. You don't want to sort of make hasty decisions. This is not a hasty decision. This has already been pre-planned and everything. It's just time to do it. Time is money in this regard. It's like the longer that place sits there just having internet and electricity and having nobody staying in it, then it's just costing us money and not making us any money. So we need to get off our ass and get that shit done. It's not me. It's like when it's me that's causing the problem, then I'm like, ugh. I don't even know you, gamer. I don't know anything about you. As a random person, if you're an American, I would vote for you over Trump or Biden. Just as a random adult who qualifies, right? You have to meet the constitutional requirements to be a certain age. Natural born American citizen, I think. And I think that's it. German last Emperor Wilhelm II reminds you of Trump. Ruben and you will keep what warm? Right now you're keeping my tire pump warm. Did you mail that to me? I can't find my other one. I know I have another one. Y'all, time is up. Buckaroo, the new age is here. It's too late for y'all to try to save your failing system. Oh, well, thanks, Deb, for your optimism. That's very helpful. You got to know me well. With that in mind, would you vote for me over them? Yes, for sure. Oh, yeah, for sure. You're not a very weird old ESFP man, and you don't have dementia. So I would vote for you over either of them. Are you keeping Los Angeles warm for me? Thanks. You guys can keep all of Los Angeles warm? I'm impressed. It'd be great to have a president that enforces our immigration laws and stops allowing resources to be given to illegals. I don't think really there are any federal resources that are going to illegals. To the extent that resources are going to illegal aliens is it would possibly be state resources depending on the state. But I think more or less the only resources that illegal aliens receive is schooling for their children. Oh, you meant the new place for them. Yeah, well, I mean, I thought I thought you guys were moving to San Antonio, but if you guys want to like go stay in that place and help me get it ready and stuff, I'd be fine with that. There is work to be done around there. But you know, like a little bit of there's various things that need to be done. Some of them I have to hire somebody to do. I don't know. If you're interested in the idea, you know, you guys call me and talk to me about it. We'll see. We'll see. Well, yeah, if you guys want to come up and help with that, stay a week or so in that place, help me get it ready, and then you know once it's ready, obviously I want to start. You guys could help me with, especially Ruben could really help me with the listing stuff, you know, to make the listing pop, etc. Come on, like the found floss, the proclamata, and the Declaration of Independence, the people, all men are created equal, all men are secreted equally. Sir pardon me, Papyrus of the Caribbean. What is that quote? What is that quote? It's crazy. Power to the people for democracy law. Can I help? 84 votes. What Biden sounds like in a speech. Oh. Yeah, well, dementia is a hell of a drug, okay? Dementia is a hell of a drug. I'm going to mention the following thing, which I normally don't mention. But if you are enjoying this and you have not yet subscribed, please do subscribe because I'm trying to get over 10,000 subs. And if you don't put on notifications, you won't even be bothered by any notifications. So just think of it as, you know, you'll get a couple of karma points for your contribution to my chase. I've been told I passed 10,000, but I haven't gotten that email yet. So maybe you really have to get like a 10,100 or something before they're convinced you're not going to drop back down. I'm not sure. How do I feel about the president of Argentina? I don't even know who the president of Argentina is, and you have exposed a deficit in my foreign policy knowledge base. I don't know much about Argentina. It doesn't seem to be in the mix of any kind of big problems or anything, so I guess that's why I don't know much about it. I have 10,000, Chaos Fuel says. All right, well, you know what? I'll believe it though, Chaos Fuel, when I get the congratulatory email. Sean L. I'm sure there is nothing at all automated about this email. I'm sure somebody named Julie right now at YouTube is handwriting this email to me. I'm sure that's not the case. President of Argentina is a narco-capitalist. Okay, well, that doesn't sound so bad. I'm sure that even though he's an anarcho-capitalist, as the executive of a representative democracy of some sort, he can only do so much damage by pulling back from legislative overreach, you know. Thanks, Caroline, for the 4 exclamation points. And it's worth that many exclamation points. Caroline's not being wanton in her exclaiming, okay? Javier is a basic right-wing populist capitalist, not super good. Okay, well, capitalist is a good thing. Yeah, for sure. We should remember the definition of capitalism. It's the absence of use of force by a third party when a first and second party want to engage in mutually beneficial commerce of some sort. So, capitalism's not always good. There ought to be regulation that preserves the integrity of the playing field as much as possible, right? So, uh, regulations against insider trading are like that, and regulations against monopolies are like that. It's also the case that things like IP laws, though I know a lot of people hate them, they too preserve a level playing field so that if I'm selling Nike sneakers in my store, somebody can't open a store next door that sells knockoff Nike sneakers they get from China for a fraction of the cost that look the same, you know? So that also preserves a level playing field. It allows people to predictably leverage certain realities. You know, I can be a high-end sneaker store that sells a bunch of overpriced sneakers because people can trust that they're the real thing and not some knockoff. But I tell you, man, if you want to see America at its finest, right here, Mariposa County, California, it is as all-American a place as I've ever been. It's amazing. It's wonderful. You know, it's like we went to the county fair and got all these 4-H kids showing off the livestock that they raise because it's a very agricultural county. And we don't live in an agricultural part of the county. We live here in like the vacation home part of the county. But it's wonderful. Like, you know, we went to the Grove last night. We got this hamburger, and it was made out of beef raised in Mariposa. Makes me emotional. Everybody was so nice. Such a wonderful atmosphere. Of course, I had too few bars on my phone there to stream. That's part of the beauty of it too. It's like it's not the city. When I'm feeling emotional, I don't want to look at myself. I just think, oh, Eric, crying child. That's what I used to say to Delilah, and she'd cry when she was little. Oh, crying child. What's the matter, my crying child? I mean, it's like that open mic was everything I hoped Mariposa would be. It took us a year to go there, and thank you, Winston's mom, for finding it and pointing it out. It makes me want to go to the Grove to see live music more often. I guess on Monday they've got like a ukulele day where they have a bunch of people who go there and play the ukulele together. It's weird. But then like when they have bands and stuff, it's like $30 at the door, kind of prices. So I guess they're probably bands that have some following or something, but I don't recognize the names of the bands usually, so I don't know, they're not big enough for me to know. Regardless, what a wonderful place. You know, the kids of the owners of the place are little kids, and it's a super family atmosphere. There's little kids from the owners, and there's also their friends and their friends' parents who play musical instruments there and stuff like that. And the lady who runs the open mic, she's a former middle school teacher, and she like introduced one of the people there like, and our next performer is Mia, and I've known Mia since I taught him in middle school. It's like, what a wonderful small community. And then this guy gets up and he just a cappella sings a couple of Pete Seeger songs, which are like old, like, kind of like this kind of song. I dreamed I saw Phil Oakes last night, alive as you and me. I said to him, you're 10 years dead. I never died, said he. I never died, said he. That wasn't one of the songs he sang, but he sang songs like that. Okay, I don't know what you call those exactly. Kind of like old folk songy thing. And then the third song he sang was that comedian who sings a white woman's Instagram. He has another song that comedian does that this guy sang. I wasn't familiar with it. Anyway, he sang 3 a cappella songs. He was nervous. His voice was kind of because of his nervousness. He was a young guy. He referred to himself as a time-traveling Willie Nelson because he had the long hair and two long braids like Willie Nelson. Kind of a hippie, handsome hippie-ish looking, but more exactly what he said. Time-traveling Willie Nelson, okay? A very young guy, maybe 20, 21 years old or something. Anyway, he sang, and then another lady there, also, when she got up, she was like, I recognize a lot of you from when I taught you. Then there was like 2 young kids who I think were still in high school. They got up and played. I actually went outside for a cigarette when they were playing, so I didn't get to hear them. But she had taught them. It's great. It was wonderful, and people listened and were really engaged with what was going on up on stage. So much better than the Partisan that I just don't even really want to go back to the Partisan. And I kind of got that reality last time I played with the Partisan. Like, okay, there's not really anything here for me in terms of purpose. This is the very kind of bottom of the barrel level open mic, and people here are mostly drinking and having conversations and not paying attention to what's going on up stage. I might be able to conquer that room, but I'm not that thwacked out anymore. I would have been able to conquer that room back when I was a meth addict and I used to play open mics, because I would go off up there. Sometimes it didn't work. Mostly it did. But I'm not that thwacked out anymore. But it was super gratifying also to get props from multiple people. Have Rachel report to me that the bartender noted the songwriting. Was like, were those originals? And she's like, yeah, he wrote them. I said, wow, those are really good songs. So that was very pleasing, very gratifying to hear that. That's exactly the response I want to get when I play one of my songs that nobody's really heard me play before or whatever. Nobody knows who I am, let's say, like in that context. I have no relationship with the channel. They just show up randomly live stream. I play a song and they go, did you write that song? That's the best compliment a person can give me. It's basically they're saying, normally when I hear people playing songs, they're either playing covers of good songs or they're playing their original songs, which sound like an amateur wrote them, So when they ask me, did you write that song? That means they're thinking, that must be a cover because it's too good to be an original song. That's why it's the best compliment of all. No, capitalism, socialism, good balance. That's crazy nonsense, okay? Can I play guitar in your band? Where do you live? Do you live near me? I wouldn't mind trying it out if you live near me. I am a good guitar player. But I didn't used to say that. I didn't used to think I was a good guitar player. But since I bought this new guitar, I realized that I was really being held back by this very difficult to play um, acoustic guitar with high action. Nico, what you should do is try to poop it all out in the morning so there's no poop to poop out when you sneeze. Uh, so the thing about capitalism, remember, Niebuhr, it's the absence of use of force interfering with uh, mutually desirable act of commerce between two parties, right? Uh, there's certainly a place for government and regulation to preserve the integrity of a civil society such that people can continue to engage in uninterfered with, largely, commerce with one another, predicated on it being mutually beneficial, such as going to the store and buying something, right? So then the alternative to capitalism is authoritarianism. It comes in many forms. One of them is called socialism. One of them is called, theocracy. One of them is called secular dictatorship. There are varying degrees of bad or good, but there are varying degrees of bad to more bad, but none of them are good. Socialism is certainly not something you don't. In other words, authoritarianism is a cancer. You can't mix healthy with a little bit of cancer and make it better. They're not. Authoritarianism is all bad. There's no alternative to capitalism. Capitalism is not a system, remember? Capitalism is the absence of use of force interfering with two parties engaged in mutually beneficial commerce. When we remember that that's what capitalism is, then we stop considering it some sort of ideology. It's not an ideology, it's simply no third party interfering in the commerce of these two parties. China is, it doesn't matter really what the label is. It's some form of authoritarianism that's been empowered by increasingly incorporating free market ideas, right? I've been to China. I lived in China for 3 years, and I can tell you for sure that it has lots of problems. I tried to coach debate in China. Certain topics are off limit. You have to use a VPN to get actual information. And they do a terrible job of everything. When you live there are things expats call a China Day. China Day is when you're trying to accomplish something. You talk to person X, and they go, oh, well, we have to talk to person Y. Okay, well, let me talk to person Y then. Oh, person Y is very important and very busy. We'll contact him and then come back in to contact us, and then we'll tell you what he said. Okay, well, I guess I'm not making any progress on this today. Why can't I talk to person Y? Oh, he's in Hong Kong. Well, does he have a phone? He's very busy, very busy. All right, I'll be back. Thank you. And then, you go to the supermarket. There's this mandatory excessive number of employees that they have. They got 2 people stationed in each aisle to answer questions, and nobody's asking. They're just in the way. Then you go home to your apartment. There's a gap this big between the top of the door frame and the door, even though you're in the nicest neighborhood in Shanghai. It's fucking ridiculous. You walk down the street and you see, oh, they're working on the power lines. How are they working on the power lines? Their ladder's too short. Oh no. They're standing underneath the ladder, 2 guys holding the ladder up while this guy's on top of the ladder trying to work on the power lines. That's the level of half-assery that comprises China's ways. You can't drink the water because it's full of heavy metal poisoning. Instead of having street sweepers to clean the streets like a sane city would because they have to employ everybody. They've got old ladies out there with pull carts and little brooms and dustpans to clean the streets. Give them all spoons, indeed. They could buy a street sweeper. It would be vastly more efficient. The streets would be cleaner, and you wouldn't have all these old ladies with these little carts and dustpans and brooms in the way all the time, magnifying what's already a nightmarish traffic situation in Shanghai. And the air pollution was as it was in Los Angeles when I was a kid, probably even worse. When I was a kid in Los Angeles, we used to have like third stage smog alerts. Your chest would hurt for breathing. I couldn't see the mountains from my house, even though they are not far from my house in Arcadia where I lived. Yeah, it's not our house anymore, but they wouldn't let us play at recess. It was let's go outside was the first stage smog alert, I think, but you had to stay inside for second and third stage smog alerts. It was like that. Shanghai's air is like that now. And it's a coastal city. It's a coastal city that is ventilated as well as any city can be in China, really. It's right by the ocean. So, like, even in the worst smog days, right by the ocean in Los Angeles, you're still going to get a pretty clear air. So the fact that Shanghai still has terrible air pollution despite being right by the ocean is crazy. That's what happens when instead of every person allowing the reality that each other person needs to be empowered in their own agency just as you do, we select certain individual people who are certain that their ideology is correct to make all these decisions for everybody. Then you end up with a shitstorm of horribleness like China. And nobody should think of it as anything but a shitstorm of horribleness. I went to Wuxidong and they were building these massive skyscrapers and freeways and stuff. Nobody lived there at all. The expectation was they were going to complete this big city of skyscrapers, huge apartment buildings and stuff, and that I guess then people would just decide to move there. I mean, why does this happen? Because they're so fucking stupid about capitalism or whatever you want to call it that they think that they can just mandate to their regional government people that they select and say, okay, you're in charge of this region. You just mandate to them, all right, your job this time for the next 5 years is to see this much economic growth in the region. So what do? They build a bunch of shit that has no purpose because it employs a bunch of people, spends a bunch of money, produces a bunch of presumably resources that have value. You know, like in America, if you purchase a commercial property someplace where people actually go and buy things, it'll have value because you can rent out the spaces to businesses and then they can make money and you can function as a landlord of commercial property. If you buy a commercial property in Detroit, in some abandoned part of Detroit right now, you're not going to be able to rent it to anybody, right? They're just completely ignoring that reality. And it's crazy. At least China doesn't have homelessness. Well, neither does North Korea, right? Like I said, I obviously can't play in your band unless you live near me, gamer. Yeah, China doesn't have homelessness because if you're homeless in China, you go to prison. Then you get to stay in a cage. That's your home. Also, if you're Islamic, namely a Uyghur, for example, you get to go to prison. And that can be your home. And you know what? While you're at home and your new home in prison, you can do hard labor at the labor camp. Won't that be fun? I'll tell you who else doesn't have any homelessness. North Korea. Sure, everybody there is infested with horrible parasites. Sure, the whole country spent like a decade in a starvation state. Sure, if you don't applaud loud enough and show enough enthusiasm when you see Kim Jong-un, you are jailed for treason. Sure, all of that stuff. But there is no homelessness in North Korea. Good morning, my precious darling angel wonderpants. I have an electric guitar and an amp. You haven't told me where you live, gamer. And no, you will not just come by. Anybody who wants to stop by my house, visit us or whatever, needs to be vetted thoroughly before they come. It means video conference more than one time. You need to have been around here for a while, etc. Or come by. No, you will not. I do have a good practice space here, and I would like to start a band. I need a drummer and a bass player, and then Rachel and I will start a band. What'd be cool is if I could teach Rachel how to play the bass well enough to just play a bass line underneath my guitar part. She's got good rhythm. We'd probably get locked in if we were playing something simple enough. Of course, it would take a while for her fingers to develop the necessary calluses and stuff, because learning any stringed instrument like that, there's this curve at the beginning where your fingers have to get used to it, grow into it and stuff. Rock on, bro. Hope you good, man. I am good, man. Thank you for asking if I'm good. Have I ever watched Clockwork Orange? Yes, I have. I think we hang out the appropriate amount of time already. I don't need to come by. Exactly. No, don't say that to me. I do kind of sneakily want to get a drum set. Not to teach Rachel how to play the drums, although that would be fine too. But I like playing the drums. I'm not very good at them, but I like playing them. I like to play the drums and sing along with it. Seems like every time I play the drums, it suggests, because the drums have some pitching to them, it suggests a specific melody to me really, like, right away. So even if it's just, at first it might just be the beat itself, kind of, but then it'll start suggesting you sing this over it. You remember Alex DeLarge from Clockwork Orange? I don't remember the movie well enough. I certainly don't remember it well enough to distinguish between the different character names. Is he the main character? And what MBTI type do you think it was? I have no idea. He was such a fictional character that, and so skewed heavily towards the weirdness of that, is more or less impossible to type in. I need a beverage other than coffee. That's what I need. I've got water right here. This will do. How does TE Polar look in an INFJ? If they aren't gaming your TE test, it's a good way to spot a false INFJ. But it's that ordination question I asked you. Break this into X number of steps. So if you ask a quote unquote virgin, which is to say somebody who's unfamiliar with typology and unfamiliar with my approach to typology, or a half virgin, just somebody who may be familiar with typology but is unfamiliar with my approach, if you ask them to ordinate a task, like, can you please break down taking out the trash into 5 steps? INFJ, ISFJ will probably get something like, okay, well, first I need to know if the trash was full. And then I guess, like, if I need to go to the store to get trash bags, I guess I go do that. And then Then I'd go to the trash and well, I guess it depends where the trash is, you know. If the trash is in the kitchen, I go to the kitchen and then I go to the trash and um how many steps am I on? I don't know. You don't either. You forgot all about the steps when I asked you the question. As soon as I asked you the question, you forgot all about the steps, kind of. You're talking about the Clockwork Orange guy? Show media answer TE questions much more strongly than that. So that the thing is, I would say I'm not sure how much the TE test can be gamed. I've not encountered before somebody that I thought was trying to game the TE test either way. First of all, INFJs, more than any other type, want to know what their actual type is and aren't actually sure of it. The ones that come type me, to get me to type them, right? Sean L says, "Lol, I asked my wife a lawnmower question you asked me, and she gave me basically the answer you just said." Yeah, that kind of stuff. That kind of meandering, like I don't get what the question is asking. Um, what's a great investment and they're getting cheaper? I'm curious. He's an electronic drum set. Yeah, I used to play. I played on one before. Corey had one. I used to play on that electronic drum set a lot. I wasn't thrilled with the kits that it had. You know, I wasn't thrilled with the tones that it had for all the different kit drums in each of the kits. But I'm sure they've gotten better since then. That was a good 20 years ago, maybe a little bit more even. I play guitar, says Ruben R, and used to use heavy tube amps, but simulations are so good nowadays that I switched over to digital the last few years. Great investment. I don't do a lot with tone of things, and I know that I should. Uh, Tone's super important. The tone of each instrument, the way that they sound together. You know, you want like it depends what you're making, right? But you gotta craft the tonescape of anything you're recording, and I'm not very good at that. I mean, I'm likely to go straight into the board, right? With either the bass or the guitar, I'm likely to go straight into the board. The bass, I might run it through the bass cabinet, the bass head, but not through the cabinet probably. I might consider running through the cabinet and miking it, but I'm it's like I don't really get off on engineering stuff like that. Uh, and I'm sure there are plenty of excellent producers of music who lovingly set up every little detail, making sure all the things are fantastic. Oh yeah, you're welcome to cover my songs all you want, gamer gamer. Do you know what they are? And I can also give you a link to this, which is called Setlist Bobet List. And it's not really a set list, but it does include things that I might play in a show. And it has the chords and lyrics for many of them. Some of them it doesn't have the chords. And you know, if it's true that you guys are traveling across country, and if you want to, if you try to book a show at the Grove in Mariposa, it's it's just a convenience. You can no longer actually do anything with the at in the string. Huh. Yeah, so it's like if you guys were to if you guys are traveling across country and you want to book a show at the Grove, um, Well, if you're serious about that, if you guys are seriously a band and you're seriously driving across country and you're going to go to California, call me and I'll try to facilitate, if I can, you getting a gig at the Grove. I could go in there and talk to them in person in theory. But so it's like it would give you a little bit of an advantage over somebody just emailing them stuff. I don't. The thing is, I don't know if they'll book you or not. It depends what kind of a following you have because it seems like when I was looking at the posters for upcoming shows, the bands who play there charge like is it $30 just to get in a ticket. Whereas like last night was free to get in. We just happened to buy dinner there. So if that are playing there are charging $30 to get in, I suspect they must have a fair following. I don't know these bands. I didn't recognize the names of any of them, but who's gonna go see a band they've never heard of and pay $30 to get in? So they must have some kind of a following. Hi, darling.
Hi, handsome.
How are you this morning?
Good, how are you?
I am delighted to be alive.
That's great.
My point is, at least in essential industries such as infrastructure, water, energy, there needs to be state interference.
Yeah.
Rubenar says, well, I don't know about energy, Niebuhr. I'm not sure about that, but infrastructure and water, absolutely. I'm not saying there should be no government. Well, you and I should work together, Ruben. It's like all it would take for us to work together wonderfully is for you to say, come on, Eric, let's record this thing of yours. And I'd say, okay, Ruben. And you just have to just tell me what to do. I just follow all of your instructions, no problem. I'm edging to you. I'm edging. It's coming out. That's all that will require to make that happen, Ruben, is for you to say, okay, Eric, let's meow, meow, meow. All I'm saying is for you to tell me what to do. I love being told what to do when it's what I want to do, but don't seem to be able to do it. That's fantastic. Okay, well, I'm not sure exactly how much stuff there is to do in that new house, but if you two want to come up here and stay there for a week or so, maybe a little longer, and the work you want to do is helping me record something, that would be very much valued by me as well. So something to think about. I know she's moving there, I guess, in a few months. I don't know if that means you're going to just sort of stay separated for those few months and deal with it, tough it out. But if you'd be like, no, after 35 days, I need to see her again. Well, you could do that for the price of helping me record something and maybe cleaning up over there some. Not dirty though. It's like the things I need to do over there it's like it can't really be done by you. And maybe like cleaning out the rain gutters, a couple little things, but mostly what I need to do is say do a little furniture shopping. It's not a huge house. 3-bedroom, 1 bath, but it's not nearly as big as this house. And it's sort of furnished, but like one of the beds doesn't have a bed frame. I'm not sure if we should get a bed frame or not. Probably we should, or else it's going to look trashy. You could also help by helping point out like what's important in terms of people are going to care, things going to look like ew. Then they're going to put that on their review. Let's get rid of that thing. If you think something is fine, not going to get shit on in the review, then say, I'll just leave that alone. You can help with that too. All right, well, cool. So, anytime before we get that thing rental ready, you guys can stay in that house, and then you'll have your own house to tame. Foxy lady, Sure. I'll tell you what, Blue Elvis. I will make you a mod temporarily so you can put a link, and then I will remove your mod status. Because I don't really want more mods. I don't even really want as many mods as I have now. You know what? Moderating, making you a moderator seems to have encouraged my poop. And I feel like it's about to come out of my butt. We're not quite absolutely ready. Did you answer the question of favorite movies? Some of my favorite movies include The Nightmare Before Christmas, Thor Ragnarok, Quiz Lady. Quiz Lady is amazing. One of the best movies I've ever seen. Can you shout me out? Sailing basketball is life? Sailing and basketball is life. Two things should be our life, I think, because it's fine. Sailing and basketball is life. If you love sailing and you love basketball, they comprise one thing, and that is life. So I want to know this. Can you play basketball while you're sailing? That would be impressive. Oh, you've seen her every 2 to 3 weeks until she's here in San Antonio. Cool. How about Good Will Hunting? I'm not, I don't remember it very well. I liked it when I saw it, but I don't remember it well. He says, no one's going to subscribe to you, bro. Sailing and basketball is life. He didn't say, can everybody subscribe to me? He says, can I shout him out? But if he can both sail and play basketball at the same time, I think that might earn some subs, Zane. Yeah, don't be mean, Zane. There's no reason to be mean. No reason at all. Christ is Lord, says Zach Campbell. Do you think Christ would approve of your behavior, Zane? And if not, remember that he is Lord, which means you have to obey what he wants. Let's have a hang. So you mean you want to come up here, not this upcoming Monday, but that weekend or next Monday? That's fine. If by hang you mean you want to come here, that would be good timing, because it would be that house will not be empty forever, right? Why do I only get to vote? Oh, I forgot about the poll. I totally forgot about the poll. Trump wins 72% to 28%. Sorry, Biden. 191 votes. Oh my God. How did I get 191 votes on that? Are you kidding me? 191 votes? Oh my God. I have never had a poll ever get anywhere close to that amount of votes. I have no idea how they even could have gotten to 191 votes. That's crazy. I should have just left it up and maybe it would have gotten. Yeah, it had been going for a while, but 191 votes? There are only 38 people here. So a lot of people have come in just to vote on that poll, I guess. God, I'll try to unmod you. That silly heart is really annoying. The heart that blocks the right part of the most recent chat. I agree, Mars fam. We do need better choices than those two bozos. Extremely, I agree. Yeah, the man with the great machete. Niebuhr's making some sense here, right? There's no single ideology that anybody can totalize without engaging in fundamentally totalitarianism. You can't totalize the individual as an absolute value and get rid of all the What happened to my chat? Chat is so old. And get rid of all of the groups or communities or countries' collective interests. They do have such, but enforcing those collective interests needs to be conscribed to its appropriate area. And if it's not conscribed, then it's engaged in overreach that is bad. If it is conscribed, it's good. If it's conscribed too much, you'll have other problems emerge. So, yeah. Like, I think the example of the ruling the Supreme Court issued on how municipalities can and can't deal with homeless people. In other words, the municipality is responsible for providing them somewhere to go if they want to move them. That whole that ruling is very bad. It prioritizes the individual too much over the group, because no individual should be able to take possession of public space because it's there for the public, right? On the other hand, it is true that that if you don't issue that, then essentially you come up with a situation where every municipality says you can't do that here, and then there's literally no place for them to legally go except for to continually be moving around. So that's bad too. So I understand sort of why the Supreme Court ruled the way it did, but as a consequence, it created essentially an unfunded mandate to the municipalities, and one that mandates them to do something that has no solvency ultimately, because the more you do it, the more it attracts the resource-seeking individuals. So, yeah, about that. Have I ever tried vaping over cigarettes? Yeah, I've vaped plenty of times. I don't like vaping. It's scratchy on the back of my throat. I hate Bernie Sanders. He's terrible. He had free college for everybody. He's just stupid and insane and ridiculous. College is already useless, mostly. The idea that we should encourage people to go to college by giving it to them for free is silly. In Austin, they have a huge lot of land they let people tent in, but they police it. Well, that's a good solution, Blue Elvis. Isolate a plot of land that represents a place where they are allowed to stay in tents, and compel all homeless individuals to do any kind of camping activity there. Ideally, make it fairly remote from places where people go. And then that's the best solution that's in keeping with the Supreme Court ruling, and also trying to vigorously enforce possession of the public space by the public, not by specific individuals. And I'm in favor of state as a principle. They should be good, righteous people who are not driven by money like current politicians. Well, not all the bad people are driven by money. You can have plenty of people who are terrible because they're so consumed with their ideology. In some sense, I'd rather have a politician who's motivated a lot by money than by ideology, because money is simple enough to understand, and everybody can compete in that to some extent. So it's like, if this politician is really interested in money, for example, it doesn't mean they necessarily want to get it in an illegal fashion or a corrupt way. It could just mean that they're very pro-business, pro-corporation. Maybe they make laws that specifically favor corporations that they have stocks in or something. But it's really hard to get such a thing passed on those grounds, because the other legislators, even if they're equally motivated by the same thing, they own stocks in different companies, right? So maybe the same, maybe different. So sure, you could see kind of a stockholders democracy, where you've got a bunch of individuals, each of whom owns stock in various corporate enterprises, and legislation is written to benefit those interests. But even then, it would be legislation that's facilitating profit making, wealth generation, and that increases the prosperity of the country. It's not so bad compared against somebody like AOT who comes in with a very strong ideology. It's completely wrong, and she's incapable of parsing it out and figuring that out. And then, yet she's going to vote on it, propose legislation according to it, play to her base because she's a true believer, because she's an idiot, right? So, in other words, what we want is not idiots. Idiots can be much worse than people just pursuing their self-interest. They do much more harm. Well-intentioned idiots have done as much or more harm than people who are ill-intentioned, for sure, over the course of human history by a vast amount. Well-intentioned idiots are perhaps the most dangerous people of all. Because the more fervently they believe in the goodness of their good intentions, the more likely they are to try to codify their wrong ideas into some sort of rule everybody has to follow. Yeah, my channel keeps growing like it has been lately. Maybe I will eventually attain a platform of sufficient size that I can have a meaningful launch point for my campaign. You know, I need a certain amount of visibility, a certain amount of fame, essentially, a certain amount of recognition as a political voice saying things that are different and of value before I can meaningfully conceive of running a campaign. Now, if I could get to 100,000 subscribers, and you know, in the last 28 days, the number keeps going up each day. Today was 900 and something in the last 28 days. So that's like 30 subs a day. Let's call it 1,000 subs a month. At that rate, it would take me 99 months to get to 100,000 subscribers, which is, let's see, 8 years, about 8 years to get to 100,000 subscribers. But I'm not sure where that subscriber adding rate is going to top out. But additionally, I also don't know how long I can expect YouTube to continue prioritizing vertical live streaming such that I continue to get so many new eyes on the channel and have such an opportunity to get more subscribers. YouTube is prioritizing it right now, but that doesn't mean they will forever. So I don't know. Although it just seems like they're changing their whole platform around to be vertical friendly and not like laptop TV friendly. I don't like it. I want the recommended videos back along the side where they used to be. I don't want them down below the video. I don't think you can make it different. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you can change how it looks like that. More or less, YouTube is going to kind of, I think, end up grandfathering out long-form videos by and large. I mean, that's still almost exclusively what I watch on YouTube is long-form videos. I certainly don't watch. I mean, when I'm on my phone and I open up the YouTube app, it's often showing me something as the autoplay thing that I'll watch for a little while, muted with the captions on. Like this morning, it was showing me this recipe for an easy no-bake summer cake. And it starts in a casserole dish. You lay out like 6 ice cream sandwiches on the bottom. And I thought, oh, that's kind of cool. I didn't watch the rest of it, but as I thought, I bet whatever this is going to taste good. And it made me also think, Eric, you need to make those cinnamon rolls you got. But I got cinnamon rolls again, so I can make cinnamon roll supreme. And maybe we'll do that when we go back inside. Maybe we'll make cinnamon roll supreme this morning. I could use cinnamon roll. Rachel could use a cinnamon roll. Then we'll need to go into town. We need to go to the store, the pharmacy, get Rachel's meds, and then maybe get Rachel's other meds, depending on what they say, or potentially deal with that, get them sent to a different pharmacy, because do not want to pay $600 for her olanzapine. That is insane. I mean, it's possible that's the price for 2 months. If that's the price for 2 months, well, we were paying 200 and something at the CVS a month. So then at that point, I guess I'd probably just pay it and just be okay with it, you know? $300 a month for the olanzapine is much more than I would like to pay, but not much more than we were paying before. So we were so excited when we came to the Pioneer Pharmacy, and the price of the olanzapine was so much cheaper. At the CVS, it was $200 and some dollars, $270 or something, I think. And then at the Pioneer Pharmacy, it was only $30. So, hooray for us, you know. However, they alerted Rachel that the current one was going to be $600. What kind of product 1 month costs $30, and the next month for the exact same product, it costs at the exact same store, it costs $600? What other product could possibly do that? No other product. It's ridiculous. And I'm not convinced it's going to be $600. I think we're going to get there. They're going to confirm she has no insurance, and they're going to charge us $30 again. I think that's what's going to happen. If not, well, then I'm going to have a big frowny face. But we just have to either get it shipped to a different pharmacy or bite the bullet. If it's for 2 months, then we'll probably just bite the bullet, because we're not going to get it much cheaper than that at the CVS, and we don't have to drive down to Oakhurst. I try to bend my knees a lot when I'm standing, so that I don't get that weird locked knee feeling, which I don't like. Rachel asked me what I was doing the other day. I explained what I was doing. No, I'm not pretending to ride a horse. I'm doing little miniature squats. I do have a bad habit sometimes of locking my knees when I'm standing somewhere, and it's not good for you to do that. All right, coming back inside. Well, we don't have insurance, so yeah, I don't have anything like that. Bye, Blue Elvis. You go listen to your tunes. Oh, listen to your tunes, right? Okay, I will listen to that. Yeah. If it's not going to copyright me, I'll listen to it right now. Then I'm gonna make cinnamon rolls, and I will teach you how to make cinnamon roll. The cinnamon roll hack that broke the internet is what the video I got it from is called. Let me find your link and play it now. Hopefully, it won't copyright me. Blue Elvis. I used to have a guitar so much, I think I had that exact guitar. Oh my god, I had that exact guitar. That Jazzmaster. Or whatever it's called. I think it's Jazzmaster. I had that exact guitar. The white one with the red sparkly thing. The 4 pickups, the 2 knobs. I had exactly this guitar. Well, your band's pretty good.
Yeah.
You got a good drummer. I'm jealous of your good drummer. Guitar's good too. Can't really hear the vocals, but that's fine. Yeah, you guys totally know what you're doing. That's a very competent rock band right there. And I want to congratulate you for your competency. It's not that easy to attain. '97 Lone Star Strat. Oh, well, it looks like a Jazzmaster. Maybe mine was different. I don't know. That's you guys are definitely in the pocket for most of that whole thing, you know, and that's not easy to achieve. Okay, so it's time for cinnamon rolls. $35 miles isn't that bad. About half an hour drive, probably. Well, I guess it depends if you're going on the freeway or not. If you're driving around here, 30 miles like an hour at least. Yeah, probably an hour. So, if you live where like I live with small roads everywhere, that might be an hour each way, 2-hour commute for 35 miles, which is a bit of a pain in the ass. I'm not going to deny that. So I would love to find a local drummer, find a local bass player. I mean, I suppose I could have hung around. Next time I go there, I'm like, I'm gonna hang around to the very end and maybe talk to a couple people about if they're down, available for being a rhythm section, you know. I guess I would like to practice with a live band. I'd like to record the instruments and stuff, although it's tricky recording drums, you know. But still, you're never going to get a drum track that's ideal for the kind of songs I do anyway, without a real drummer who knows what they're doing and is making good artistic decisions. You can't get any better than that. You can't program drums as well as that. It's a different kind of sounding drums, right? There's a place for programmed drums, but if you're playing the kind of music I'm playing, you really need a drummer. Okay. Now, last time we went to the store, we bought a casserole dish. You see here, and we actually already had one. Are these the same size?
You got 2 different sizes.
No, we have 2 of the same size.
Oh, do we?
Yeah. That's fine. Well, I wish we had one a little bit. I wish we'd gotten the smaller one, because we already had one of this size, but we didn't.
That figures.
Yeah, it does figure. With our collective SI total of 12, 4th and 8th slot, it frequently happens. I'm like, oh, I think we need some more broth. And then it turns out I get home and we've got like 6 cans of broth of each kind.
Yeah, we only, the things that we use a lot, we get doubled up.
Yeah, it's like, well, better safe than sorry. We might not have this.
Yeah.
And we're gonna need it if we're gonna make this thing. Let's get it again.
Yeah.
Alright, so now The cinnamon roll hack that broke the internet. First of all, let me just say, last time I attempted this cinnamon roll hack, I was more or less unable to open these things. But I figured out a trick in the process, which I will share with you now. After I wash my hands. Well, I'm trying to think of the word in Spanish for wash. My manos. I'm gonna wash my manos. I'm gonna wash my manos tonight. I'm gonna make them clean, alright. I'm gonna wash them good till I know that I should have them clean enough for cinnamon rolls. Alright, now I've washed my hands. I used water, I used soap, I did it here in the sink. This is conventionally the way one does wash one's hands, so should be effective enough for my current situation. Next, I'm going to do something everybody should do whenever they're cooking anything. As the first thing, bring the trash can over to where you are. That's going to make things better on a TE level, okay? Next, take off your jacket. You don't want to drip your jacket into your food because nobody wants to eat jacket. All right, now, where am I? No, right here is fine. Stand right there. Put this right here. All right, how do you make this? First, you have to open these things. These things are tricky to open, but they're pressurized, so if you get it like mad, then you can usually open it fine. See? I just did it. However, you'll note that they don't come out very well. You're supposed to peel this thing back. So, in order to do that, I'm going to need a knife of some sort. I'm going to just use this serrated thing here to cut like this. That one comes out. Good. There. Now, I've gotten it started. I should be able to peel this back. Pull these out like that. Put this down. Instead of being a dummy. Something that non-sensory people do a lot. Like trying to do something that requires two hands while holding something in their other hand concurrently. That's textbook intuitardation. Rachel's more intuitarded than I am in that regard with her TE polar. I frequently say to her, like, put that down. I frequently say it to myself, too. Eric, put that down while you're doing this. Yeah. Don't, like this. I'm moving these things around. I'm holding this for no reason. I'm doing it right now. Take this out, put it right there. Okay. So now I've gotten approximately half of these cinnamon rolls put in there. Next one, first, same as the first. Just gotta find the spot where you can crack that open like that. There you go.
Yeah, it's not that easy with hands.
Well, this one blessedly unraveled like it's supposed to.
That's good.
And keep those two icings for later. Now, throw that away. Put that there. 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 Then we have an extra one. And what she said is, on the video I watched, she's all like, tear it up and tuck it into the spots like that. Tear it up and put it right there. Put some right there. Put some right there. Right there. Put that piece there. Put that there. Put that there. Then we'll get a little bit back here too. Meow, meow, meow. Okay, now it's all put in there. Now, the next thing we have to do is go to the computer and look at the recipe again. Because obviously, I don't remember how to do it.
I don't remember either. I don't know if the next step is making that
Yeah, I got to make that butter, sugar, cinnamon thing. So, but I don't remember exactly what. I just want to double check.
Oh my god, that Richard Simmons thing is so moving.
Yeah, it's one of the most beautiful little films I've ever seen.
It's so good.
I linked to it in the community tab. Pauly Shore stars as Richard Simmons. It is an absolutely, it's incredibly emotional. It's really powerful. Rich and I were both crying at the end of it, in a good way, you know. That lady's having problems opening hers too. See, they're not that easy to open. She's obviously a little more experienced in opening it than I am, though. Anyway, I'm watching to see what happens after this. Let's see. Okay, so hers looks more or less like mine. Now, the next thing she does is she gets the heavy whipping cream and pours it all over it. All right, so that's the next thing we're going to do. But I want to see what comes after, too. Now, she's got a stick of butter. I'm trying to see these. And then 3/4 of a cup of brown sugar and some extra cinnamon. Okay, so a stick of butter, 3/4 cup of brown sugar, some cinnamon, and some salt, some fancy salt, she says. Don't use regular salt. Your salt's not fancy enough. Your salt's not fancy enough, and I'm concerned. Now I need to get the plug to plug in my phone so it doesn't run out of electricity while I'm doing this. So just hold your proverbial horses for a second. I'll be right back to continue with the thrilling world of cinnamon rolls. Yeah, well, fuck Richard Simmons, what he wants. His story is a matter of public, it's owned by the public, right? You know, like if you want to talk about or make a video about how Eric's a guy who's been on YouTube, who says a bunch of these things. Well, I mean, I say those things publicly. You can tell that story, you know? It's like, I get this whole name, likeness, image thing, but seriously, enough already. All right, so we've got our heavy whipping cream here, which, the purpose of which is to, if you wanted to do this, make whipped cream, but that's not what we're using it for. Last time I used regular heavy cream, and learned in the process that it is not as heavy or as thick as heavy whipping cream, which is a little bit thicker. I assumed they were basically the same thing, just added the whipping just to point out that you can whip heavy cream. But I was wrong, they're a little bit different. So I just used most of one of these size things because I used a little bit of the coffee. I thought it was going to take a little bit more. I'm glad it didn't because I want that cream for coffee too. Okay, so now what we're going to do is get a stick of butter and melt it. I'll melt it into this. Can anybody think of any food other than butter that comes in sticks? I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Like, I mean, sure, like those little sticks that have chocolate on the end of them, they're probably called sticks, pixie sticks, but those are actual sticks, right? This is not Nobody would call this a stick in any normal sense of the word. Doesn't have any stick-like qualities in particular. Sticks aren't rectangles, you know. Sticks aren't rectangles. So, we should call it a rectangle of butter instead of a stick. A three-dimensional rectangle of butter. What's a cube for rectangles called? Does it have a name? A rectangle cube? I'm going to need 3/4 cup of brown sugar. So let's get out the brown sugar. It's like regular sugar, but browner. All right. So we've got a nice box of brown sugar. It's been properly sealed so it doesn't get all hard. And what we're going to do next, we're going to get a measuring cup. We need 3/4 cup of brown sugar. So instead of measuring 3/4 cup of brown sugar, I'm going to just measure out about 3/4 of this cup of brown sugar. Because I don't want to play half cup, quarter cup. That's unnecessarily complicated. I get it. I can attain the outcome with a 1/2 and a 1/4, you half-assed cups, but I don't want it to be a two-step process. 3/4 cup of brown sugar. So I'm going to eyeball it here in the cup thing. We're going to eyeball ourselves 3/4 cup of brown sugar. Okay. I'm not going to push it down. That seems like more like 1/2 cup. So I'll need a little more than that. That's like 3/4 cup. That's fine. Okay, so I got 3/4 cup of brown sugar. I've got butter melting on the kitchen burner here. Beans don't burn in the kitchen. Meow don't burn on the grill. Miggity meow, a meowity mew. A bad baby bang bang. Moving on up to the top. To a deluxe apartment in the sky. Yeah, moving on up to the top. I finally got a piece of the pie. Beans don't burn on the kitchen. Meow don't burn on the grill. Miggity meow, a meowity mew, a meowity mew. Moving on up. Got some butter here. It's melty, but there's still a chunk of it that's not melted, as you can see. It's called the unmelted chunk. We're going to heat it up a little bit more to melt that chunk, okay? Because you can't have partially melted butter. Then, if you do, part of it will be solid. And you can't pour solids, okay? It's a physics lesson for you. It's either physics or chemistry or biology or all of them or something. It's a lesson for you, though. You can't pour solids. Deal with it. All right, now to stir this stuff in, what I'm going to need is what's called el spoon in Spanish. El spoon helps me to stir. There's your sugar, goes in like that. Here we have our cinnamon. We're not going to pour it. We're going to meow a little bit of it. Thank you so much, Blue Elvis. I appreciate it. I'm going to pour a little bit of this in here, like so. All right, and then the last ingredient, remember, is fancy salt. My problem is I only have regular salt. She said just put that much or so. That's probably maybe even a little too much. So now we need to stir this up. Stir it up. Little darling, stir it up. Alright, so now we have this brown goo here, as you see. Brown goo. Like that. Okay. Now we're going to pour this. I think you just pour it right on here, right? I think so. Just pour that right over here. All the way around. It all over everything. Some rich creamery goodness. There. Now we need to wash this pan. I'm going to start it with some water and some soap right now. Alright. This can go in there too. These go in here. Now, we're still not quite done. I'm not sure what we need to do with the frosting, but I need to preheat the oven. I think it's 350. These will be put away now. And let's go see what the next step is to remind us how it works. You can't pour solids. Hourglass Sand says, am I a joke to you? Well, no, Sage, you know what you're talking about here? You're pointing out something very important. This is why Tiffany always wants to drink ants and sand. Because her position is, you can only drink things that you can pour. You can pour ants and sand, therefore you should drink ants and sand. That's her reasoning. And I think it's sound. I've evaluated that reasoning and I've concluded it's sound reasoning. We've done that part, we've done that part, we've poured it all over. Wait. Poured it all over, now what? Straight to the aluminum foil? Okay, now we just put aluminum foil on. I think the recipe may be here. Written down someplace. Maybe it's not until the comments. What temperature is it supposed to be at? Let's see what temperature it's supposed to be at. Okay, trying to find temperature. I think it's 350. See what it says. Wrap this up all the way. I'm gonna pop this in the oven at 350 for 45 minutes. Okay, so I need to get some aluminum foil next. Let's go get some aluminum foil. I guess you put the icing on at the end. I wasn't sure if you put it on before, or not, but I guess you put it on at the end. So we're gonna get some aluminum foil. We're gonna cover up our miaz, and as soon as the oven's preheated, it can go in there for 45 minutes. The crazy thing is, if you look at the amount of time it says to cook the cinnamon rolls on the package, it's like under 20 minutes. But when you add this sauce and stuff that we've added, that changes the equation. Where'd the aluminum foil go? Oh, Eric, did you not put the aluminum foil back last time, Eric? I think I must have left the aluminum foil in the kitchen. I hate it when I decide to change the location of something. It seems like a good idea when I do it, and then I never find it. Here it is right here. I just never put it back last time. That's what happened. Okay, well, that's a little bit more of a sensible thing to have happen than to decide to put it someplace else all of a sudden.
Yeah, it was never put back.
I will put it back in the pantry when I'm done.
I'm so interested to see like the difference between the cinnamon rolls that we made before and these heavy whipping cream.
Oh yeah, I'm curious how much of a difference that makes as well. I suspect it shouldn't really make that much of a difference. Heavy whipping cream is a little thicker than heavy cream, but same basic concept, you might say.
Yeah.
Alright, so we've got 6.5 minutes until the oven preheats. Let's take advantage of that time to put this away and this pot lid over here. And then we'll return to the kitchen, wait for the beep, put the food in the oven. And then we will be 45 minutes away from cinnamon roll heaven. Yes, this is the cinnamon roll hack that broke the internet. That's how important this cinnamon roll hack is. It causes all the tubes of the internet to malfunction. This goes back into the now. I don't even really need to clean the top of this. I just used it for rice. The rice didn't boil over or anything, so it's not even dirty. As far as I'm concerned. As far as I'm concerned, that doesn't count as dirty. Now, let's put the trash can back where it goes. I want to leave the trash can out in the middle of the floor all day. Let's pick up these things. I'm going to need to have a little bit of a snack and a beverage before the cinnamon rolls are ready. So I'm going to grab one of these teas. Or I could get, no, that's too Mexican-y. I could grab a Lagunitas. I think I'm more thirsty than that. So I'm going to go for this. Go for this tea. It's half tea, half lemonade, half strawberries. 150% drink. My, how refreshing. So Rachel, I don't know if you heard, but we passed 10,000 subs today.
Oh my god, congratulations.
Congratulations to you too, darling.
Thanks. Oh my gosh, it's so exciting.
I don't think I've gotten the email yet, but presumably I will.
I presumably you should get that.
Yeah. How do you add icing to a puff of cream? I don't watch One Piece. I watch a lot of anime, but I've tried watching One Piece. I had never been able to get into it. My daughter is in Los Angeles. That's my wife, Rachel. My daughter's 25. Rachel's 39. When my glass rose tube would break, I would have to make an aluminum pipe and put lots of cigarette ashes in it. It was always a... That's wonderful, Jacksonville kid. You are sharing so many wonderful things, and I appreciate it so much. There is absolutely no good there's absolutely no good anime that comes out on Thursday. Nothing at all. I will go look at the Crunchyroll release schedule right now. And I'll be like, today, what's happening today? Nothing. Delusional Monthly Magazine, not good. Brave Bang Bravern, not good. Okay, The Witch and the Beast is fine, but not great or anything. I can watch that. They came out at 11:15. That's all that's going to come out today. On Wednesday, 2 shows come out that I watch. Classroom of the Elite and Dr. Elise, the Royal Lady with the Lamb. That's on Wednesday, I mean. On Tuesday, I only watch one of the shows that comes out, which is my favorite, maybe one of the whole season. Not as good as Free Run, but Villainous Level 99 and maybe The Hidden Boss, but not The Demon Lord comes out on Tuesday. That's the only good thing that comes out on Tuesday. 2 good things come out on Wednesday. And only one watchable thing comes out on Thursday. The good days of the week are Friday and Saturday and also Sunday, but it's a little less good than Friday and Saturday. So that's my story about the lack of anime today and how horrible that is. I still don't see any email from YouTube, and that's okay. That is okay. Night photographers. It's a great photo.
It really is. How the heck do you capture that?
Amazing. Look at this amazing photo that's in this email I got from something. Show it to you. Night photography. Yeah, it totally does look like a painting. I like the idea of night photography. I wouldn't mind getting a camera that specializes in night photography. All right, so I think what we will do here is wait for that beep to happen, put the cinnamon rolls in the oven, put it for 45 minutes, go have a health tube, briefly discuss the important matters of the day for a total of about 45 minutes of time. And then we will get to eat the most delicious thing. You know what, Maddie? You were right the first time. Anime is trash. Anime is extremely trash. And I'm glad that somebody here who can recognize this. We have such snow as in the picture. Oh, you do. Robin Hood Men in Tights was a terrible film. In case you was just watching the new season of Curb Your Enthusiasm, is that show still going on?
Yeah.
How long has that been on for?
Like insane amount of time.
They still have that guy in it?
Yeah. Larry David?
Yeah, Larry David?
Yeah.
How old is he?
Good question.
That show has been going on at least 10 years, more than that, really.
Probably more than that. Yeah. 12th season, in case you said.
12th season. That's a lot of season. And all that time, he still hasn't managed to curb his enthusiasm. Not very believable. Yeah, 45 minutes. Okay, that's in the oven. Like the baby in Beyonce's stomach. Rihanna's stomach. It's in the oven like the baby in Rihanna's stomach. You may recall from Super Bowl that Rihanna is gravid with child. Did she have that baby yet? I don't know. Probably not. Super Bowl was not long ago. Did Rihanna have her baby yet?
I think she did.
Oh yeah, that was last year's Super Bowl. Never mind, that was last year's Super Bowl. His house cleaner in that show was your speech and debate coach in high school. You competed in speech and debate. What events did you do? Tell me, please. This is very interesting to me. Did you debate or did you do speech events? And if so, what speech events did you do? In other words, ooh, tell me. Let me get my drink. Got my drink. Got my glasses. Why do I not have any lighters? Crazy.
You gotta have only some things, not everything.
They're not a lot of them have to have everything. Okay, I'm struggling with the horrors of war right now. Or what you might call getting this lighter to work. Why work. This lighter doesn't work. It's shitty. I'm throwing it away. Into the trash you go. Only lighter is root trust. This one right here. All right, so he was in speech. I saw that. Let me see what event he did. I was an actor. She just came in to inspire. What speech event did you do? Everyday life at home. Can you call the stream that? Everyday life at home plus a lot of words. I mean, I say a lot of words. I'm not just making cinnamon rolls. I'm sharing with you the many truths of the universe. Each of them as valuable as 1,000 treasure chests full of gold. There. I didn't want to unplug and plug in outside, so. Whose drawing is this? Whose drawing is what? I don't see any drawing. Jen Cover. But what event did you do? Did you like dramatic interpretation? Did you do an original written speech, like original oratory? Did you do humorous interpretation? Did you do declamation? There's a lot of speech events. Extemporaneous, impromptu. I did impromptu at the speech event. Hey, Eric, it's Emily again. Hi, Emily again. It's Eric. I'm standing here. You're over there. What a wonderful time we're having. I'm making cinnamon rolls. You're going to get to see me eat them and just feel like, oh, I wish I had those cinnamon rolls. Unfortunately, you won't be able to actually eat any of them. So, sorry about that. But just theater, improv, and musical productions. Okay, so it was a class. It wasn't a competition program, right? That's what I'm hearing from you. Yeah. Classes that don't involve competition programs, in my mind, they're largely a waste of time. I mean, I taught such classes, some of them, but in that context, they served to be feeder classes to my competition program at Kudos. We had kind of entry-level classes, but if I thought a kid was especially talented, I'd yank him out of that class midway and put him on the debate team. Right teacher was debate leader. So you're saying it was a debate, it was really a debate program that was compelled to do speech events, but the coach didn't want to coach them? I get that too. I understand that. And there was the opposite too. You've got speech-only programs that have debaters, but they always suck. Like Arcadia High School and Gabrielino, which is one of the massive speech powerhouses in the country. And I think coaches are smart to do that, you know? It's like a smart coach knows where his skills are. Yes, I did get a national champion in declamation, which is a speech event. But my skills are really in, I mean, that was mostly the only really huge role I had in helping that kid get that national championship in declamation was in editing the speech. I had a significant role in that. And, you know, in watching him and giving feedback and stuff for, you know, months before he competed with it. So I did help coach him, but, you know, with speech events, it's much more about the kid's natural talent, I think. So there are certain things you can do if you're an excellent speech coach. I'm not an excellent speech coach. I don't know a bunch of tricks of the trade. I just understand when somebody looks natural and is engaging as a speaker versus seems awkward and disengaging. So, in other words, my coaching had much less of a role in his national championship than it did in every debate award we won, which include multiple national championships, a state championship in PF, many first places in many different tournaments, etc. So, Accordingly, I get when a coach wants to focus on their specialization. Speech coaches are wise to focus on speech events with their students because that's what they're good at coaching. And that means the debate program is going to be underserved. There's no real good way to have a program that's both powerhouse in speech and debate because you need a coach who has a clear vision and is a winner, and they're not going to be that way about both. So if you have two coaches, one of whom has a clear vision as a winner in speech, one for debate, one of those coaches will leave to start to have their own program. They don't want to be an assistant coach. And you need one head coach. You could theoretically pull off two coaches, but you'd have to have two totally separate teams, a speech team and a debate team, and happen to get two great coaches, each of whom is the head coach of their own squad. You ever heard of Shane Hench or Shane Hannegriff? He was a talented debater. I've not, but I only ever kept up so much with um, the national, like who's got the most TOC bids and stuff. One year, the sister of one of my debaters, my former debaters who went on to coach her, she, Danielle Doss, she got like 11 TOC bids or 13 or some ridiculous number like that. What shame do you have, Eric? I have lots of shames, but mostly it's about the end of my parents' life and my feeling like I didn't do a good enough job as a son and helping my dad with my mom and taking care of him emotionally. Of I was there, but I mean, yeah, I guess it's guilt really more than shame. I feel a lot of guilt, but I also beginning to recognize that sort of I did the best I could. My dad was a dick. He was difficult to spend time with. He was very controlling. He was kind of nasty towards the end of his life because his wife had dementia and was living in a nursing home, and that made him miserable. He loved his wife very much. I think that's a general type of guilt in Western society. No, I think it's specific to me in this instance because I should have done a better job in the last couple of years of my parents' life, and I didn't. And it's not something you can go back and fix. But I also recognize that I'm comparing against an ideal, not against alternatives. So I could have been a worse son, for sure. I could have been not there at all. I was there the whole time. I was at the place, available, etc. I'm worried about my dad. I think my stepmother is texting for him. You might have to go over there. Gamer Kramer says, my dad is a dick too, but had health problems. Do you have any advice on being with him in case anything happens, but also having to deal with the way he is? Well, I mean, if I could go back and change things, I'd recognize my dad's FI for what it was. I understand that the reason he was so meh is because he loved his wife so much, my mom, and he had functionally lost her, but he didn't really have a good way to process that. And NI polar, he really seemed to take a long time to understand that my mom wasn't going to get better or something. He kept thinking, maybe she'll stop getting worse, plateau, and we'll just kind of be able to continue on with regular life. He tried to continue on with regular life for much longer than she was capable of continuing on with regular life for. But without her, he was emotionally lost. And I needed to understand better that his bad behavior linked to the fact that he was miserable. He was unhappy. He saw the end of his life coming. He was losing his physical abilities. He was deaf. He didn't see well. His eye surgery didn't go well, etc. All that kind of stuff. I wasn't putting myself in his shoes at all. If I had to do it over again, I would understand how tough it was for him. I'd speak to him differently and other sort of things. Am I okay? Sure. It's been over a year, like a year and a half since my dad died, so I'm long since over the deaths, my parents. My mom died a little less than a year and a half ago, but more than a year ago. So yeah, I'm not grieving at all. He was an ESTJ, Puck Buck Y. I'm not grieving. I'm just answering the question I was asked, which is, what are you ashamed about? And the thing is, I'm not exactly ashamed. I'm just, I feel guilt, and but I'm getting better at it. I also understand that I just cognitively, my function stack was not equipped to understand his FI as anything but a commentary on me. In reality, it was mostly a commentary on his situation in life, right? That he was he lost all he was losing all the things that made him happy. He kind of couldn't express that he needed me emotionally. That's why I wish I could go back in time and understand him better. I didn't really understand all this till after he died. I'm not sure why. It's like somehow I was in denial. I didn't see an end in sight. I wasn't thinking like my parents are gonna die soon. I wasn't thinking my dad was gonna die soon at all. Uh, Even though he did everything he could to sort of alert me to the fact this was gonna happen, I didn't process it. I thought I'll deal with my parents' death after they die. I don't want to start making plans for what's going to happen after they die because it's morbid and not a good way to care about people or something. But I was wrong. I needed to understand things through his frame. He's an ESTJ, you know?
That was so tough though. It was really tough because I was having like physical like empathy towards him during that time, but also understanding that he was only letting us know some of what was going on with him. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
yeah. He was a fiercely independent man, you know?
Yeah.
He didn't want any charity from anybody
No.
or whatever. Uh, yeah, he made it difficult, you know? But that doesn't change the fact that I I have regrets and wish I had done things differently and understood things differently. It's not I'm not condemning myself. I understand that I was I kind of earned a passing grade, like C minus. I got a C minus. Buck Wise says TJ dads are so hard to deal with. Believe me, I know what I'm talking about. My dad was so much like Red from that '70s show. Like you know how Red from that '70s show is just kind of like a always frowny dick, and that's kind of like my dad, especially the last I don't know 10, 15 years of his life. But even when I was young, he was never one to put up with any bullshit. He was always harsh, a dick, you know, but never abusive at all. Just he had his frame of reference, which was very TESI, and expected me to be competent in being an ESTJ. I never was, and he made it pretty clear to me that he didn't respect me at all.
You know, Blue Elvis, Eric did do good. I mean, it was not an easy situation to be in, for anyone. There were times where, like I remember when he, like, frantically was heading into his car, and Eric and I were like, "Are you sure you're okay to drive?" And he was just like, "Yeah, like, you know,
Get out of me! Get
yeah,
away
yeah,
from me!
yeah,
Get out
yeah,
of
get
here!
away," basically.
Get out of here, y'all!
Yeah,
I'll do whatever the fuck I want.
yeah. So we were we. I mean, I feel like I could have done things differently too, of course, but we really were very limited in.
And life was super hard for us. You know, it's like Rachel and I, we're not just dealing with my difficult father, but uh, we were broke. We were living in, you know, the back house and then finally the master bedroom in the back house and having to kind of walk on eggshells a lot because you never knew when my dad was going to freak out about something. It, it was not an environment where I think I felt safe to try to close the distance with my dad. Every time I did, and I tried to say like, let's do this together, If it wasn't his idea,
Right,
he'd just
he would
shoot
just
it down.
yeah. There was a lot of that.
And it's like the reality is, there were many times when I said, "Hey, we're gonna make meat. Do you want to eat together or something?" And he'd say, "No," no uncertain terms.
Yeah.
So I get that some of my guilt is unfair to myself, but I didn't do as good for my dad while he was still alive as he did for me after he died. You guys have a lot of peace where you are. I wish I could find that. I'm raising a teen on my own. Well, I'm very happy that my daughter is now an adult, 25-year-old, settled into a very boring relationship, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
And but at least boring is safe.
Yeah.
Boring is safe. She's had such horrible boyfriends before that I'm happy with her current boring one.
Me too.
And anyway, I remember her teenage years. There were some difficult times, and like when the cops called me and told me to pick her up from the car of this boy and in this parking lot at the May Company, where it was like after some dance, right? And she went to this underneath the May Company parking lot. You know where that is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're by the supermarket there. And I guess like she had her shirt off and was like smooching and stuff, and then a cop walked up and shined a flashlight in the car.
God, I would have been.
Because they're not supposed to park there. And then the cops called me to come pick her up. I can't take my dad to any place for food. He complains about everything and gets very passive aggressive to waiters. My dad wasn't like that. He was fine in public, so to speak. He just didn't like what life had left for him.
Right, like
it wasn't the stuff he wanted. It wasn't stuff he cared about. He didn't have the capacity to do things he wanted to do, etc.
Things went downhill after that neurological appointment with your mom, where the neurologist was like, she only has 3 months to live. Then that happened, right? So that was kind of like a shock. I believe.
Yeah, because he's bipolar. He had not really
Yeah.
determined what all this stuff ultimately meant.
I remember vividly at the Cheesecake Factory, me and your dad looking at each other and being like, she has another year left. I was like, yeah, she looks good. I think she probably does too.
She probably did at that point, right?
Probably did at that point, yeah, probably did. So to go to the neurologist and hear like bad news, then I don't know what came first. He fell or COVID. I don't remember. COVID, yeah.
I mean, the thing is, the COVID lockdown was really hard on my dad too, because after my mom was in the nursing home, that's when COVID hit, and all of a sudden he's separated from his wife, who he's gone to such great lengths to maximize her comfort in the end of her life. The best nursing home, everything she could possibly need in her room, etc. And then he's not even allowed to visit her. The thing is, I didn't get it really, because in my mind, my mom was already gone. She was gone when she lost her capacity to carry on a conversation and stuff, right? So I didn't quite get why my dad cared so much. From my perspective, my mom had more or less already died, but he didn't have any he was just, he understood that he loved her a lot and that she was the central figure in all of his experience prior. He tried to TE the shit as much as he could, but he didn't quite get that, that wasn't mom anymore. She kind of slow boiled him into understanding her as this quarter person, half person, eighth of a person, 16th of a person, and she diminished,
Yeah.
I have a great dad, but worried about him. I try to tell him I love him and thank him. He wasn't perfect, but he's great. He died before she did. More or less, COVID killed him. When he finally got COVID really bad, he
Yeah.
fell in the bathroom, broke some ribs, and
Yeah.
it was all downhill from there.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, that
And
was. He fell in the hallway too.
yeah, and then within a month of falling and breaking his ribs, he had shot himself.
Yeah. Yeah. That was enough. He had enough. Like,
Yeah, he had enough. Maybe he faced the truth when he passed away. I mean, the thing is, he celebrated their final anniversary with her at the nursing home. At that point, he could get back in there, you know. And it wasn't long after that that he killed himself.
no, it wasn't. I mean, like,
It was a super dramatic event. It was fine. It's fine. I don't be sorry. His life ended exactly the way he wanted to end, on his terms. He was determined not to be like my mom.
yeah, he didn't want to go to any hospitals. He didn't want to be in a hospital bed.
And he had like do not resuscitate orders in the house and stuff. So because he knew for a long time this was how he was going out. I had heard it for decades that this was how he was going out, but I never quite processed what it meant. I just thought to myself, don't think about your dad's death. Don't be like, oh, when my dad and mom die and I get money, then I'm going to be a millionaire. Don't be like that at all. You know, that's horrible. But instead, really what I did was I just failed utterly to prepare myself for something that my dad had tried to prepare me for.
How can you prepare for that though? It's so hard. I mean, he said it to me at the dinner table that's he would rather go out that way than
Rich is like, you don't mean that. He's like, yes, I do.
yeah. Yeah.
um, it's it's fine. It's the loss that changed our lives completely, made our life what it is today, etc. It my parents dying empowered me to uh, live like somebody who's not just worked hard his whole life, but also planned hard his whole life. Yeah, I did not plan hard my whole life, but I get to live like I did, and and I owe that to my grandma, my mom, my dad. My grandma had a nice estate. My parents, continued to build up that estate somewhat. The last few years, you know, tapped the estate a bit as health costs and stuff, associated costs with my mom, etc. Uh, got kind of expensive sometimes, but we were still left with sufficient to empower us to set something else up to keep going for the rest of our lives, like get a couple of rental properties and stuff like that, And that's good fortune that almost nobody ever gets to enjoy. So, I mean, they were going to die eventually. Both my parents were in their 80s when they died. And they lived to 85, basically. Both my parents lived to 85. My dad was a couple days shy. My mom was over 85. And they lived a great full life. The last couple of years kind of sucked, but other than that, they lived a great, full, both successful and happy life. My parents spent their retirement doing the kind of things they wanted to. They traveled all over the place. Uh, you know, they squeezed everything anybody can ask to squeeze out of life.
Yeah, they really did. Really up until the very end too, you know? Like
Yeah, I mean, the kind of stuff, if you like list all the stuff my parents did in life, from, traveling through Europe together, working for the army. My dad was in the army band. He raced cars. He was at Le Mans as working for the Ford team at that race that they made the movie out of. What's it called? Uh, Ford versus Ferrari. And he was at that race. He was working for the Ford team at that race. He likes the guy that's kind of the bad guy in the movie, the Ford executive. He was fond of that guy because that guy offered him a job. So, like, how much more shit could my dad have done? My mom and dad done? Like, even when I was a kid and I was traveling with them and doing what they did because I was with them. I went to so many things. I went to so many football games. I like college football games. We traveled to USC games in other states. I went to Hawaii a bunch. I went to Mammoth. I went fishing. I went skiing. I went camping. It's like it's like a couple of sensors just fucking killing it, killing it alive. Just the kind of life that if you were to sort of flip through lives and choose one, you'd be like, well, that looks like a lot of fun.
oh my god, yeah.
Of course, they also worked really hard,
Hmm.
but they worked smart. I've worked really hard for large chunks of my life, but I didn't really work smart. I didn't really work for my own financial independence. I just worked to be successful at whatever I was working at. I don't want to adopt Chinese national. Thank you very much. You're next, says Ski. Um, skull. Ski, for all you know, you could be next. None of us can say for sure when we're going to go. So don't set a death flag, right? Ski, that's in anime. If you say that, you're next, skull, then actually you are next, Ski. So you don't want to be going around setting death flags like that.
Yeah.
You're going to harm yourself eventually.
There's some YouTube suggested to me about how people with bipolar die earlier than like the rest of like people. It said 67 is the age where most people with bipolar die. And the thing is that it was kind of like sensationalized because, in my mind, if you're taking medication and you're okay, like, I would think that you would have a longer life than 67.
Well,
Unhealthy.
you gotta make it to you're gonna make it to 87 because I plan to live till I'm at least
Oh,
101.
yeah.
And so once I go at 101, you can go at 87. It'll be fine. You'll be like, I don't want to deal with the aftermath of Eric's death at 101 years old
Well, it's
anyway.
67.
Well, I know, but since you're gonna die the
Yeah.
same time I die,
Yeah.
that means you're gonna be 87
Yeah.
because I'm gonna be
Are you
101.
kidding? There's no way. I'm. My heart would be broken. I would be.
Right. Well, we're not. Neither of us is gonna die on the other one. We'll end up dying of natural causes from different natural causes at the same exact moment. Do you believe in the afterlife? I don't know anything about what happens after death, and neither does anybody else. By all we can tell by just looking at a person who's dead, all of their biological processes have ceased, and they display no consciousness or capacity to convey aspects of their self to you, right? So one can ask a question like, well, a human being is not like a car. They didn't die because they ran out of gas. And that's why they don't work anymore. So where did the energy of the person who formerly occupied that corpse, where did that energy go? You can imagine something that's running a system like a car stopping because it ran out of fuel. So if you were to not eat anything and starve to death, you'd say, well, he completely ran out of fuel. But even then, the question is then, why can't we force food down the throat of the corpse and have it start working again like a car? Because there's some occupying energy that once extinguished or disconnected from a biological being either ceases to be or ceases to be accessible to us at all. Nevertheless, one is sort of intuitively inclined to think that there's something that leaves that body, not just something that ceases within it. Eric, you probably die on a mushroom trip playing music. I don't think anybody's going to die on a mushroom trip. It's good for your body, I think, mostly. Blue Elvis says, I died basically when I was 17. It's not knowing, it's believing. Oh, well, I don't believe things like that. So I might engage in prayer, which is a faith-based behavior, but I would never believe in anything that isn't definitively the best argument and defensible. There's no point in believing in things like that. I believe in ambiguity when I don't know something. Well, I mean, I don't believe there's a distinction between knowing and believing that's meaningful, because what people do is they either affirm some statements or they don't affirm those statements. If you consistently affirm those statements over time, you might be said to believe in something. You might affirm the statement, I believe in, yeah, but functionally, there's no distinction between believing and knowing, except that you feel as though you can't establish for the other person that it is known objectively. So you choose to use the term belief to indicate to the person that there's some subjective or arbitrary components to your affirmation, and accordingly, it shouldn't be adjudicated against objective metrics. People do that. That's what people do with language. We need to stop worrying so much about stuff that happens after what people do with language. Yes, Bennett cheese crackers. I am your grandfather. You are my grandson. At least we ought to deal with the question of why are people using language? What are they using it to accomplish? We ought to begin with that question before we address any other questions. So, for example, believing and knowing, anytime you make any statement, you can precede it with a couple of meaning unaltering things, such as, it is true that. If I say, this drink is good on a, what's called the, what is the word I am looking for? What is it called? How can I remember this? I forgot it. What did I forget? It's called or whatever it's called. It's a part of a speech act that isn't spoken out loud. So you can consider putting I believe before any statement, and the meaning of the statement is not changed. So in that instance, I believe doesn't mean anything. You can consider putting before the statement, it is true that, and the meaning of the statement does not change. Now, because it's still a person asserting something. A person can say, I know that, and the meaning of the statement doesn't change. I believe this drink is good. I know this drink is good. I think this drink is good. So we might be conveying different pieces of information to the other person about how they ought to interpret our singular experience of affirming this position. When we remember that we're using language to affirm and negate things, we fall much less into the trap of let's define knowledge as justified true belief. People don't have beliefs. They just persistently affirm certain things or negate certain things. People can know things, and knowing is a form of paying attention, unlike believing. So if I know that these are glasses, I've used my introverted intuition, and except, in this instance, I have SI experience having put them on. So I can double know. I know from experience these are glasses and that they actually magnify things. And I can see with my intuition that they're glasses because they look just like glasses. I understand what that identity is and I can know with my intuition, right? So knowing is the form of paying attention. And it's distinct from just determining something. Determining something done with like TI or FI that evaluates against a specific standard. TI is consistency, uh, like like definitional operating with definitions to eliminate certain things, confirm certain things, or validate them anyway, etc. Still don't have my torch. Fuck you, Eric. Fuck you for constantly losing everything. That's what I have to say to you, Captain Loosey Pants. If you want to earn the respect of the nation of Mongolia, you need to stop losing everything all the time. Thanks, Ambassador from Mongolia, for helping me with that. Cinnamon rolls. I'm not an atheist, though. I'm self-identified Christian. I'm a TI tool user, and I've parsed out my understanding of faith and faith-based behaviors, such that there's no contradiction between them and the various affirmations I might make or negations, because I understand the difference between things that one argues and things that one does. So when I chose to get this drink at the store, there was no argument about it or anything. I didn't need to provide any reasons why I wanted to get this kind of drink. I just wanted to get it. I just had to know what I wanted. And I evaluate that thing against that metric. Do I want that? How much more do I want that than that? I don't want that. Why not? I don't like it. How do I know? I had it before and I didn't like it. So those kind of things, they make determining things very easy. If you're talking about simple decisions that involve, say, just what you like and what you don't like, what you want to watch on TV, what you don't, right? That's basic level FI, SI stuff. So somebody's SI, FI is probably going to have some skew towards liking certain kinds of familiarity in certain kinds of media. Like I'm SI, FE, but what you see in my media taste is basically NI, FE. I want something to NIFETI. I want something that is a very NI expression of an idea or whatever, and I want something that's FE satisfying. Like I get juice out of, you know, watching the underdog be celebrated by others or something after overcoming adversity. You know, the hero's journey. Uh, but I also like TI stuff in the sense that, like Sword Art Online, after the first season, they have other Sword Art Online where it continues. I've almost finished that, but not quite. Anyway, it's not very good. It does not hit on a pacing level very well. It's too much character development that doesn't matter or isn't very emotionally resonant. But what kept me watching it anyway is that it's very TI smart. It evaluates the question of how you can have this immersive virtual experience, what represents a soul. It makes smart. It says smart things a lot of times. Like somebody said about the question of subject object in response to it. Like, you need to remember that those are just terms we use to carve out conceptual space. It's like, that is so correct. Oh my God. What a smart show. So, in that instance, I watched it because it was philosophically engaging, TI smart, even though it wasn't a very good show. Right? It was like, it's such a dumb show that in the third season, um, the main character spends like it's got to be at least 9 episodes. It's a fairly big season, like 24 episodes or something, maybe 12 episodes, like half the season, in a coma, being pushed around in a wheelchair. Then he comes out of the coma finally to fight this one big battle. They win the battle, and then he goes back into a coma. I shit you not. Yes, he comes out of the coma again, eventually. It's like, okay, who is writing this? Why, why are you having the main character that you're kind of attached to his carryings on in a coma for so much of the season? It's like a vegetable who could only, and this happened multiple times. This is how you know somebody's a bad guy. Because he's a vegetable in his wheelchair, then some like local ne'er wells will come by and say, hey, let me see that sword. I want to check out. They want to steal the sword that he carries with him as a security blanket, right? And he says, and tries to stop him from taking the sword out of his hand. But they get it out of his hand, and then his lady who's been pushing him around, who loves him so much or whatever, she like gives him a stern talking to, takes the sword back, maybe punches him or something, depending, you know. And then he goes, and so she gives him the sword back, and returns to being a vegetable. It's so silly. The only part of his identity he's retained in this process of he gets some traumatic brain injury or something. Early on, for a while, he still has identity though in this virtual world, and then something happens to his body in the regular world, so he becomes a vegetable. But his computer is somehow going to repair him. You know, being in this virtual world, and it's going to end up fixing him. Or maybe it'll end up, they won't be able to fix him, and he'll just be trapped in the virtual world. I haven't gotten quite to the end of it. But the point is, they've got souls in the virtual world and stuff that were originally souls from people that they put into virtual people, virtual bodies. But then those virtual people had babies, and the babies had virtual souls.
It's just some beat. Should I take it out?
Oh yeah, just turn it off and open the oven door.
Okay.
Thanks. So it looks like we're about ready for cinnamon rolls, and I think everybody's gonna want one. So I hope I have enough. I have passed the threshold of 10,000. And hopefully I don't look back. Hopefully it's like I don't have this sudden assault of people unsubscribing. Costs me like 2,000 subs all of a sudden. That'd be terrible. Alright, let's go check out the Renneman Souls. Renneman Souls. So anyway, don't watch that show I was just talking about. I've been watching lately because I'm scraping the bottom of the anime barrel, and it's just like, well, I could watch this, I guess. Oh, good. They're trying to take his sword away from him again. And he's saying, Like, either be totally a vegetable or not at all. No, I don't want my character entirely a vegetable, except when somebody tries to take the swords out of his hand, in which case he says, eh, eh. That's not cool. Who wants to watch that anime? Lady protects guy in wheelchair from bullying. I can't wait to get Valium tomorrow. That sounds flattening. We need to go to town, Rachel.
Yeah.
So after this cinnamon rolls, I think we're gonna have to wrap this up because Rachel and I need to go to town to get her medication, and there ain't no mountain high enough to stop her from getting pills. All right, let's take a look at these cinnamon souls, which is backwards town talk for cinnamon rolls. Backwards town, you replace the first letters of two words in all situations. If there's two, well, not in all situations, only if there's consonant in front of each of them. Don't do it with verbs. Let's unveil the majesty, shall we? Oh my gosh. That looks so different from when we put it in there, right? Unveiling the majesty.
Oh my gosh, that really looks so great. And we don't even have the icing on it yet.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the icing. Thank you. I was just going to start digging right in. I would have totally forgotten about it. Come on, icing. You can pour.
Yeah, it should be.
You can do it.
Warm enough.
You can. I have faith in you. This is not very good pouring icing.
It's not.
I can spread it around a little bit with the spreader. Put the icing on the cake. That's just the icing on the cake, people say. This is what they're talking about. There's an extra benefit that you didn't expect. I was so ready to eat these cakes, but then somebody said, wait, you've forgotten about putting the icing on the cake. I'm going to use this spreader now. It's going to be a lot faster, I think. Okay, now, get the other one with the spreader. Throw it on this end. Spread it around. I'm going to spread it like I bread it, okay? We're going to spread it around. Get a nice even spread. Spreading is not just for legs anymore. Spread. Spread it up. Up, yeah. Spread, spread. That's how we talk down at the Spreaders Union. Some shop talk for you. Alright, this is looking very moist, to say the least. I think we're going to win some kind of moisture award, maybe. For most moist cinnamon rolls. Alright, now that we've moistured up, got a little bit more moisture over here. Put it all on, because why not? There, now we've moistured up. We're ready to cut and serve.
Ooh.
Alright, I'm going to get us a couple plates here for our meow. We're going to probably need a fork to eat it. It's not the kind of cinnamon roll you pick up. But also I need a meower. I might need this meower. I might not. Let's find out. I might just need the spreader, but I might need this meower as well. So let's find out. I think we should each start with 2 of these.
Okay.
Last time, I didn't make these quite at the moment when wanting cinnamon rolls was happening for me. So, fair number of them went to waste. You got the tail. They're best when you eat them right now. Right now is the exact right time to eat them. Yo, you know what? Forget the aluminum foil. I think I've got something better than aluminum foil. Move over, bacon.
Let PP come into trouble.
Trouble! Chase his ass around.
He stayed. He knows he's in trouble.
I didn't need the mirror. That's good. I didn't want to dirty anything. I didn't have to. So, let me show you now what I have, though. It's so much better. Don't even be nice to him yet, Rachel. That naughty boy. He's such a naughty boy. Yeah, get away.
Of course she's here for some stairs.
Horrible cat. Anyway, look what I have. I noticed this when I was getting it up.
Oh my gosh!
We've got this. And it fits right over it. Right.
You know, I didn't know better. I would think you were nice again.
There. See, it fits perfectly. How nice. Okay, so now we could just leave this here for now. It's still kind of hot. Then we'll move it over here later. Alright, we're going to throw this away and we'll eat our cinnamon rolls. That lid's going to seal in the flavor. Here you go, Rachel.
Thank you.
Let's go over to the TV now. We're going to sit down. We're going to formally try these and rate them on a scale of shitty to delicious. Call these fat kid rolls? Well, I'm sure they're not low-cal cinnamon rolls. I'll admit that. But you know what? Oh my God. They're so good.
Mm-hmm.
These melt in your mouth.
And I feel like the heavy whipping cream makes it a little bit sweeter.
Yeah. Not sure it really needed to be a little bit sweet. I think maybe I put on more of the icing this time too. Last time I probably didn't quite get all the icing out.
It's really good.
I will show you the recipe. It is easy to make. Alright, we're going to the recipe here on YouTube. Copy link address. It's called This Cinnamon Roll Hack Broke the Internet. And here's the link for it. The lady shows you how to make it. Before we had heavy cream, this time we have heavy whipping cream. I didn't think there was a difference, but there is a difference. The heavy whipping cream is thicker. I think the heavy whipping cream is better, but I think you should probably not put on all the icing. It's a little sweet.
So good.
I'm hungry too, so.
Yeah, this is the first thing I'm eating today.
Yeah, we both needed breakfast, you know. Yeah, I was on my phone one day and it was auto-playing that lady making these. I'm like, what is she doing? That looks good. I started watching it and I'm like, okay, I gotta try this.
I love how other people doing stuff inspires you to do it.
Well, it looks good like this.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
I saw this morning, I guess because I watched that one, I must say, okay, Eric likes these videos. I saw one this morning that I didn't watch much of it, enough to see what happened, but it's a no-bake cake. And she starts by taking one of those casserole pans and laying down 6 ice cream sandwiches on the bottom.
Ice cream sandwiches?
Yeah, ice cream sandwiches.
Wow. That sounds good. I like ice cream sandwiches.
if I hadn't been opening the phone specifically to start live streaming and not wanting any other video watching to interfere with that, then I probably would have watched it. But I don't know what happened in that video. I don't know what she did with the ice cream sandwiches after that. Okay. Trouble, go away, please. I'm not happy with you right now. No, I remember you where you treat your sister more than 5 seconds.
Cameron will be here.
Not today. Tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow.
Yeah, he called me today to say he's coming tomorrow.
Okay, that's good.
All right. I'm gonna pull a few bowls and then I say let's go to the store.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna do the same.
We're gonna go to the store. 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 'Cause Rachel needs to get her pills right now. We're gonna go to the store. We're gonna go to the store. We'll go to the pharmacy and then we're gonna go to the store. 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 We're gonna go to the store.
It's nice meeting you too, Blue Elvis.
I concur with my lovely wife. It is very nice meeting you. I'm impressed with the quality of your band. You guys do an excellent job of being in the pocket. All the instruments sound like they're skilled players. I couldn't really hear the bass, but it's hard to get the bass when you're doing like one mic recording or practice like that, you know? Unless the bass is pumping. You might not even have a bass player, I don't know. I'm sorry your life sucks right now. I hope it gets better. You know, don't get stung by wasps or scorpions. That's good advice for everybody. Don't you think?
Yes.
Yeah.
I saw this clip of like, I guess there's a Baby No Money collab song that came out, and he shared like on Instagram a picture of him like filming the video, and they were on a scooter and they did one of those wheelies and they fucking wiped out.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Is he okay?
He like busted up his knee and he thought he was gonna die. He just thought he was gonna like die.
Really?
Yeah.
Baby No Money?
Yeah.
They included that in the video?
No, it's more like a behind the scenes thing. I don't know if they included him on the like motorcycle in it. Like it's featuring kind of the motorcycle. But I guess there was a part where they were trying to do a wheelie and yeah, they just fucking wiped out. It was
Ouch.
yeah.
Connie Kid says hi. Hi, Connie Kid. Unfortunately, we are ending the stream right now because Rachel and I need to go to the store, as you may have heard in our previous song. We gotta go to the store. We gotta go to the store. We gotta go to the store. So, anyway, we'll maybe see you later. Thanks for being here. Love you all. If you haven't subscribed, appreciate you doing so. If you want to like the video, that'd be great too. And I'll see you later.